Welcome in. I hope everyone's having a wonderful evening, morning, wherever y'all are at in the world. I thought I'd hop on for a little bit, see what everyone's up to, and to see what the energy is like. So, I'll give y'all a few minutes to come on since YouTube changed the time on me again. Where are you? Let me see. Hey, baby. Yeah, YouTube changed the time on me again. I noticed that it said midnight instead of what it said at 1:30 when I had it set. So I don't know why YouTube keeps doing that, but I guess I'm gonna have to double check it next time. So let's see what's going on. I just came on do $5 card pulls, $10 super chats. Unless y'all want an extended reading, then I can do that in a different stream, but it costs more. So yeah, hey Tim. Oh my goodness. And of course I didn't clean off my desk yet. So everything's still organized and unorganized at the same time. But of course, it's not like it's gonna matter soon because I gotta have to start boxing some of my decks up so I can move. So there is that too. Alright, where do I put this? I don't know where I want this. Put it there. You're said tomorrow? That's weird. It's weird it said that. No. Well, it might say tomorrow for you, Eternal, because it's still Sunday, technically for you. It's Monday for me now. So I don't know if that's why it said that, baby. But that's interesting. You shouldn't have said that. Huh. No, I think that was a different one, baby. That's weird. I don't know why I would say that. Stupid YouTube. Let me see something. I don't know if I can do it from here. No, I think I can. No, it shouldn't have said that. Hi, Senko. How you doing, baby? I don't know why it said that. I guess I'm just going to double check it every single time I set up a stream. Or it could have been when I switched it over from unlisted to public. I wonder if it switched it then. I bet you that's what happened. Veil God, I don't know nothing about you. You feeling better, Senko? Baby, I know that energy's getting to you. I was just telling someone about that earlier today. Because I know, even for me, even though it's been many years since my mama's been gone, but the anniversary date of her death is next week. So, and I get hit with it twice. Because knowing she died Thanksgiving Day changes every year. Unless it ends up landing on the actual official date of her death. It hits me twice. So I know for me, you know, I think I'm doing okay. But when it gets closer to that date, it'll knock me down. So I try not to let it affect me. Like, I think last year I did stream. I did stream Thanksgiving night. But I gotta tell you, last year, oh, I was so freaking mad. I think I had more reason why I needed to come home and stream, because I went to my brother's house for Thanksgiving, and my brother married a friend of the family's daughter. It's my stepfather's best friend's daughter. And, you know, so there's her siblings were there, and one of them had asked me something pertaining to do with my mom and her death or something, and I can't remember how she worded it. All I could say is it really pissed me off, because it's like I told my brother, you know, afterwards. It's like, you know, yeah, today, you and I both know what today means for us. But I wasn't trying to think about it. I was trying to get out of thinking about missing mom and just be here with y'all in the present moment, right? Because that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be enjoying the people who are still here physically in our lives. But, you know, my sister-in-law's sister brought it up, and I had to get up. And it's like, and she didn't just stop with, you know, asking about one thing. It's like she wanted to get all into like how she died. And it's like, I don't want to think about that right now. What part, you know, why would you even do that to, you know, me and my brother? So I had to get up and walk away. It was not cool. Real God, let me tell you something. Just because you sub, I don't need mods, okay? My mods, it took them time. Because it's a matter of trust. I don't know nothing about you. So, and I don't even know why you're so gung-ho about wanting to be a mod for me. Because you've never bought a reading from me before. Do you even know what I do? Buy a reading from me and then we can talk. So anyhow. And that's great to hear that, Sincoat. Yeah, the energy's just been all over the place lately. It's been strange. It's been very strange. I know, I get that too. I don't even talk to, sadly, I hadn't even talked to my family in California. They still don't know that I moved. So, I need to reach out to them. Kashi, I do tarot readings. So, if you want a tarot reading, it's $5 if you send it to my PayPal, $10 super chat. Hello, Jeanette. Well, Bill God, I'm glad you're old enough. Hello, Matu. How you doing? From France? That's lovely. Never been to France. Maybe one of these days I'll go. We'll see. I still like to travel the world. It's 140. Let's see, Eternal. How about we give it 20 minutes, baby? And if I don't get any readings, I'm going to sign off. But we'll see. And how you doing, Jeanette? Hi, Butter. You missed my lives? Well, beautiful. I'm sure a lot of people have missed me, but I don't know. Truthfully, I haven't felt like I've been missed. I'm not saying you're lying to me, sweetheart. I'm just saying. So, it's good to see you. What the freak? Have y'all ever seen where they do... I saw someone. Is that right? Aw. I must have hurt your feelings, King Cash. Yeah. See ya, bye. Let's see. We'll send you for, I don't know. How about just harassment? King Cash got his feelings hurt by me. Poor thing. Sent him back home to his mama. I saw something. Hold on, y'all. Amanda, going the wrong place. Let me see. Aw. Well, that's very sweet of you, James. Syncope, is this you, baby? Did you just send me that PayPal, baby? Thank you to whoever sent that. I think that was you, Syncope. Alright. Of course, I get chilly now being here. Even though it was warm earlier today. When that sun goes down, it's crazy. Yes, Syncope, I got it, baby. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Alright. So, let's see. You said 5. Okay. Well, let me start with you, Syncope. Alright, Syncope. Spirit, show me. What does Syncope need to know right now? Please and thank you. Show me, Spirit. Let's see. Spirit, show me. What does Syncope need to hear right now? Show me overall. Spirit. And baby, you feel like you're drowning? Alright, Spirit. Show me, what does this pertain to? What's this about? What is this about, Spirit? For Syncope. Baby, do you feel like you're drowning at home? Because it feels that way to me. Like the energy at home. You don't feel like you have the emotional support that you thought you would have, I feel. And Spirit saying it's going to be a long road for you, baby. But I don't feel like it's one you got to go through alone. Spirit, give me more. Tell me more. Tell me more, Spirit, for Syncope. You got a lady in your life, Syncope, you ain't telling me about? If not, there's someone coming in for you, baby. Because I have drowning here, baby. This is why I say this. But see, the problem is it's at the bottom, I got home. So there's something around your home life. And I feel like you've been like the main supporter at home, caregiver here. But I feel like that's more of the emotional side. It's not so much the physical, it's like the emotional. The one that everybody leans on is what I'm picking up. Whether that's even just who lives in your house or possibly even people outside your house that you're around. Spirit showing me, though, there's a lady coming in. I feel like you're going to have support from someone because I got wealthy woman that came out. Yeah. You might get a lady coming in for you, Syncope. She might be someone of influence because even there's the 4 of Wands. Not saying you're going to marry this woman, Syncope, but I feel like you're going to have someone else that's going to come in and be that extra person of support for you. Someone you could probably possibly even consider falling in love with or dating at least. I feel like someone that's going to help you find your way. So, baby, this is what I see that's going to be good. That's going to be out of it, coming in at the end of this, and this woman to kind of help with everything. So be on the lookout for that, baby. That would make me excited. That's what I need, is a wealthy man to come in. All right, Eternal, you're next, baby. Spirit, what does Eternal need to know? So I hope that resonates for you, Syncope, and thank you, baby, for your generosity. That is very sweet. It means the world to me, baby. I can't even express it to you, how much that means to me. So, Eternal Syncope bought you a reading, babe. Just so you know. Alright. Spirit, what does Eternal need to know right now? What's the most important? What's the overall energy, Spirit, for Eternal? Please and thank you. What's the overall energy for Eternal, Spirit? What's the overall? Step by step. This card comes out a lot. Betrayal. Well, that's not good. Why do you have betrayal at the bottom, Eternal? Let's see. Alright. Spirit, show me for Eternal. What does this pertain to? Oh crap, I think I know what this is. But let Spirit show me this first. Spirit, what is this about? For Eternal, step by step, show me. Well, because you got step-by-step card out here, Eternal. That's why. But this was at the bottom. So either someone's betrayed you, or someone's being deceitful, or even someone could be jealous of you. Which, I kind of already know where it's probably going. But let's see. Spirit, give me more. Tell me more about this. What is this surrounding? Alright, give me more. Right here. You might be getting, because you feel this way. And it's almost like Spirit's already going through and talking about what you and I talked about just weeks ago. Having to lean on someone else, we'll say. That you don't want to lean on. To help with something. I don't want to tell your business, baby, but... So Spirit's like showing me that it's time for you to stop holding yourself back. And yeah, it might be time consuming, meaning step by step, to allow someone else in, temporarily. Even if someone that doesn't have the highest energy frequency, we'll say. That's the best way I can sum that up. And that person's name starts with an M, okay? So you understand where I'm coming from, Eternal. Spirit's showing me it's time for you to really lean in on following your wishes and your dreams. And don't even allow even these challenges to stop you, baby. Because there's so much more that's coming in for you. Like, I feel like something else is going to come to the light that you didn't even know about yet. So, we'll see how all of that goes. Spirit, just give me a couple more cards with this before I say anything else. It's going to take great strength. Yes, I know, Spirit. Spirit said, trust your intuition, Eternal. Be smart, baby. Don't let the lower energy get you down. Not saying it ever does. But let's see. Well, you got the same card that Syncope did. 4 of Wands. And the Star. Spirit saying have more faith. Because your faith is lacking right now, baby. So, Eternal, have more faith. And if you can have more faith, you'll have this in the end. Whether this is like just your home life, this is your job, this is, even if you're, your friendships, if there's someone else that you want to, pursue, you'll have this in the end. So, I like to know what this secret is, though. Spirit, give me one. Show me. That's interesting. Black Irish. Yeah, I think I heard it when I was talking to you earlier. Spirit. Just tell me one more about this with Eternal. What are these secrets? There's some sneaky energy, Eternal. I don't want to just say it's that one person, though. Spirit, what is this secrets about for Eternal? Real quick. Show me. What's the secret? Yikes. What? Tell me more. Who is this person, Spirit? Who's this person? Baby, I don't know who this person is. I mean, okay, I'll just say maybe they're a water sign, and I'm going to leave it at that. Someone who's very much connected to their emotions, like many water signs are. But someone's doing some sneaky stuff, Eternal. Alright? Because I wanted to know about this before I closed it out for you. And Spirit showing me like there's going to be something else that's going to come around the corner. That you're going to have to really defend yourself because there's some sneaky energy. Someone's being deceitful. Someone's not being forthcoming. And I feel like it might come as a shock to you, baby. Something you're not expecting. Almost feel like it's something like you would never expect this person to hurt you in such a way. And the reason why I say that, because this Three of Swords even came out with it. So, listen to your intuition, Eternal. Who would be that person that you would think wouldn't hurt you? Spirit saying there's something that's going to come out here soon. I'll have to do more for you later, baby. I could dive deeper into it. That has me worried now. So. Alright. Let's see, who else is here? Bud, are you still here? Yeah, George. Hey, George. We're not getting into that, baby. I'm here to read. Who else is here? I'm just going to pull someone. Don't do that. Butter, if you're here, honey, speak up. Someone bought you a reading. Oh, you're welcome, Cinco. Again, baby. Thank you for the donation. It greatly helps me. I can't even express it to you, baby. Because things are changing in my life. Where the only thing I'll say is I'm moving soon. I'm looking at moving. So I'm glad it helped you, baby. It's always good to go look within. Especially even when we feel lost. You'll find that compass, baby. It's nice to see you too, George. Gara Hines, do you have, like, Anything else to say except for talking about my aura? Okay, don't be rude. I'm here to do readings, nothing else. Okay, so unless you want to pay for a reading, don't be rude. Oh, Joshy, I must have hurt your feelings. Isn't that funny? Let's see, let's report you for what? I don't know, how about sexual harassment? I don't speak Spanish. Hello, Leonardo. My flowers are glowing. Okay. Well, maybe because I got a shiny aura. I don't know. My mod can tell you what color my aura is. Well, thank you, Senko. I appreciate it, baby. That's what I'm looking to see right now. Let's see if Spirit wants to call anyone else out before I do anything else. Can always do a, guess a number. Even use my, dice, whatever that thing's called. Yeah, that's what I'm watching, baby. Alright, Butter, you're here. Okay. That's what I was waiting on. Thank you for speaking up. So let's see what Spirit wants to share with you real quickly. Hello, Lucifer. Alright. Spirit, what is this about for Butter? What's the overall energy real quick that Butter needs to hear? What's the message for Butter, Spirit? What is this pertain to? Of course, because I put my hair up, my flowers don't want to stay. Spirit, what's the overall energy for Butter? Ooh. Well, that's not good. What, Spirit? Come on. Let's see. Clarify this for me, Spirit. I turned these cards upside down. Of course I did. No, did you get a phone call recently or had a conversation with someone that maybe was not good? That caused you to feel this way, we'll say, Butter? Like someone you want to cut ties with, or someone who's just really just ruffled your feathers, we'll say. Upset you in such a way that has you questioning your connection to them. Maybe even walking away. Oh. Well, that might be what it is then. Do they live at a distance from you? Oh, I know. You don't like people like me. Okay? Because this says long distance, too. That's why I said that. So if you're feeling like you need to cut your ties, Spirit agrees. I say that because this is at the bottom. Cut ties. Let him go, sweetheart. You don't need him. If he's not making you feel like $1,000,000, you say it's an ex. Yeah, I keep him as an ex, sweetheart. Because I would not go through... Oh, dear. Yeah, see, even I have someone that's in my life, but, you know, we're not together. So, and I've kept it that way. I've kept that boundary because that person brings nothing but trouble, frustration, can't keep their promises type energy. And there's my other beautiful mod. Hi, Sunnyland. How you doing, beautiful? I meant to email you, honey, and I'm sorry. It was a last minute thing for me to come on. So let's see. Let me pull another card for you, Butter. Spirit, what else does Butter need to hear about this? Yeah, Spirit wants you to cleanse your energy from him, sweetheart. Because this lunar eclipse came out. And if you notice, it says deep emotional cleanse. Give yourself a few months. Try not to even get yourself caught up in his energy. Because I just feel like it's going to do nothing but hurt you more, sweetheart, and bring you down. You know, this is a time that you want to close out those chapters. You don't want to go into next year still feeling tied to him emotionally. So you want to, like, get it out of you now. Because otherwise, if you don't, when you start the new year, that energy is going to go into the new year with you. And it's going to be like a repeat pattern. Not saying that necessarily you will get back with him, but what could happen is you will still attract those same type of people. Why? Because you haven't completely cut off your ties to him, if that makes sense. I know you can do it, beautiful. All right, Spirit. Let me see. Yeah, Spirit wants you to start laying down the foundation going forward, Butter. So cut yourself off from him. He's not worth it, especially if he made you feel this way. And that's not the type of emotion I want to keep in my life, you know, from anyone. So I hope that helps you, beautiful. I hope it makes sense, too. Yeah, try and just cut off the communication, beautiful. Even if you gotta use, like, a journal just to kind of deal with those emotions, but just keep reminding yourself that you're not going to go back to it and you're not welcoming that energy. Despair. It says adversity, excessive stress, sadness, suffering, sleepless nights, failure, tortured with worry and fear is what it says. Oh, you're so welcome, honey. I'm glad I helped you. Thank you for being here, sweetheart. All right. Sunnyland, you're next, beautiful. Write down affirmations, Butter. Like, you know a good affirmation I always use, that I always say? You know, I always try and remind myself, even now, and even what I'm fixing to go through. I always say, everything's going to work out perfectly in my favor. And I just have to have that faith and belief in that. And believe in miracles. Miracles happen every day. It's going to get better, beautiful. All right. Sunny land. Let's see. Let's see what Spirit wants to share with you tonight, girlfriend. Thank you for showing up for me. I always appreciate you being here. Oh, that's so sweet of you to say, Butter. I'm glad I can be that for you and others. All right, Sunnyland, Spirit. Show me overall energy for Sunnyland, please. Thank you. What's most important that Sunnyland needs to hear, Spirit? What is the energy involving? For Sunnyland, Spirit. It's time to have some fun, girlfriend. That's what Spirit's saying. You need to lighten up a little more. And don't get mad at me, Sunnyland, okay? This is what came out. It says have fun. Enjoy life a little more. But in what way, Spirit? In what way? How does this affect Sunnyland? Show me. Where's my other deck? Of course I don't see it. Remember I told y'all last night I got like 50 decks piled up and stacked up on my desk? I got more than 50 decks. Just stacked up everywhere. I had that other deck because I used it the other day. And now I don't see it. Oh, right there. It was hiding. Let me see what this one deck says. Alright, have fun. Sunnyland needs to have fun. In what way, Spirit? Give me more. I feel like Spirit wants you to venture out more. But I know that's hard to do too. Because you're an empath like me. You pick up all the energies. It's hard to want to be out doing anything outside of having to run like errands, like going to the grocery store and that kind of thing. Okay, let's see. Spirit for Sunnyland. Show me. What does this pertain to, Spirit? Yeah, Spirit's wanting you to be more positive, be happy. Because I get the Sun card out with it too. So I feel like for you, beautiful, it's about like living in the moment. Maybe not taking things so seriously. I mean, yeah, there's certain things in life we have to take seriously, but then there's some things we don't. So, Spirit, give me more for Sunnyland real quick. For the Sun. And have fun. Well, Spirit, any day now. What's the other card, Spirit? Show me. Yeah, allow your inner child to live freely. Spirit wants you to detach from this devilish energy. So, you know, that low vibrational energy, Sunnyland, is what it feels like. And to allow your inner child to come out. So, yeah, allow nature to heal you. That's what you do, sweetheart. I feel like otherwise you might get that heavy cloud hanging over you. And with the energy being the way it is, even like how it's affected me lately, I know it's hard, again, to be out there in the public because you feel everything so deeply, whether you want to or not. It's just part of being a psychic empath. And then when you got spirits in your energy too, trying to get your attention, yeah, it gets tricky having to navigate that. And that I do understand. So, give me one more spirit for Sunnyland. The Devil's the ex. Yeah, stay clear of him too, beautiful. Don't allow him to influence you or get you down, because that's what he's going to want to do. Unfortunately, people who operate in that kind of energy are always the ones that are going to want to bring you down. But don't allow that fear to hold you prisoner either, is what Spirit's saying. Don't allow this energy or anyone else's negative energy, their, even projections, to bring you these dark clouds, to make you not remember to enjoy life, having fun, being happy. If that's even out in nature, that's what Spirit's saying to you, beautiful. I think it'll revitalize you even more. And look, even I know I gotta do that. And I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do that right now. And that's what I got for you, beautiful. I hope that resonates, Sunnyland. And I get going to the grocery store as a chore. Yeah. Well, even like me, I don't leave this house. Like, I still haven't been anywhere. I mean, I'll have to leave next week because I got a doctor's appointment. But outside of that, I don't go anywhere. So, X energy tonight. Yeah, butter. It is. Very much so. Oh, thank you, butter. You too, sweetheart. And hey to everyone else who came in. So, alright, I'm doing $5 card readings if you send it to my PayPal. If you do a super chat, it's 10. Alright. And butter, I know it's going to get better. I have to believe that. Even though what I'm fixing to face, people would look at me crazy and say, well, how is it supposed to get better from that? But I still gotta have faith. I still gotta believe in miracles. Even when it's hard to believe in them sometimes. And I just saw a bright spirit orb over here to the right of me. Yeah, Senko. What is that? They call that what? Cuffing season? It's interesting. It was funny. I was sitting there. I told somebody this earlier today. I was watching one of my fellow readers. It's someone I do respect. And they were doing love readings. So they were doing, using the zodiacs. And so I listened to all the ones that, pertain to me. Because, yeah, my sun sign is Pisces, but my rising sign is Aries. And then my moon sign is Taurus. And I also have a lot of Libra placement in my chart. But that's in the tropical astrology. If you go into the Vedic astrology, it's completely different. I think I'm an Aquarius sun. But either way, I listened to all of those. And the question was, like, when it comes to your love life, person you're dealing with, like, what is it that they want from you? And pretty much every single one of them, that for those zodiac signs said, yeah, they want you to let your guard down. They want you to lower your standards. Oh, and yeah, they would also want you to get over it, to forgive them for what they've done or how they treated you. And he's like, of course they want that. Of course they want you to, not put up your boundaries, But no, you know, it's like, forget that I hurt you or I, you know, effed you over, you know, and he's like, tell them to go F off instead. I was like, yeah, that's about right. That's how it sounds. That's exactly what they would want. Even though they're the ones that did you wrong, walked away from you, betrayed you, whatever, they would still expect you to forgive them or forget it or not be argumentative. Oh, yeah, and because they still would like to be with you, they want you to lower your standards. Like, no, that's not happening. Good try, though. So I just found it interesting and funny. And also very truthful. Exactly, Senko. And that's what he was saying too. It's like, you know, and it's interesting, and the reason why I like him is because he thinks a lot in the same way I do. You know, like when he talks about, you know, his, you know, even his own experiences, but even when, you know, using his own personal wisdom, a lot of the same things I say, which is pretty, you know, crazy, but in a good way. And, you know, and as, you know, I always tell y'all, it's like, I'm not telling y'all, you know, if someone has done you wrong, hurt you, forgive them, but that doesn't mean they still get a front row seat in your life. You know, you can still forgive them and love them. You just got to do it from a distance. And he said the same thing. So it was interesting in that way. But yeah, there is some truth to that. J Powell, hello from New Zealand. I'm in the United States. Would you like a paid $5 card reading? Nope, and not everyone deserves your time and space. That's why I've limited my access too. Because even my spirit guide's been telling me I've allowed too many people to be in my energy who don't deserve to be in my energy. So, that I do get. Eternal, are you still here? Or did you fall asleep, baby? It's like I'm even looking at like this, trust your intuition. It's on the bottom of one of my other love decks I have sitting on my desk. Yep, faith does keep you going. I agree. And it'll keep me going. It's got to. Because I believe. You've been in hermit mode for a while. Yeah, me too, Butter. I've had to be, though. So many changes that have happened in my life in recent years. Plus, just not allowing people to get that close to me. You know, I keep my circle small. And when I say my circle is small, it's small. I don't keep up, you know, it's not that I don't have friends, I do. But I'm very selective who I allow in. So, I get it. Especially when you need that time to yourself to heal. To even just process what's happened, you know, in your life. And even to have to hold yourself accountable and say, well, what did you do wrong? Now, how do you fix it? Because it's like I was going through, when I came on last night to do the collective reading, it's like I was going through, I told a friend of mine earlier that day, even me going back and shooting pool, yeah, I want to so badly. I miss shooting pool. You know, it's the great love of my life, you can say, just like bowling is. But what I don't miss about it is the environment in the context of, because, you know, most pool tables, pool halls are bars. So you have all the people in there drinking. And I don't miss that part of it. I don't want that in my life. It's like, it's not that I can't have fun, and it's not that I can't have a drink once in a great while, but unless I'm just horsing around with a couple of friends, okay, I can have a drink or two and, BS around on a pool table and not be serious. But 9 times out of 10, when I'm in a pool hall, I'm there to be serious. I'm there to play competitively for money. So drinking is not part of that, and it never has been. But I don't want to be around it either, because then you see people act foolish in there and act foolish to each other. Be reckless, or even, some of the other perverted kind of energy. And it's like, and I just don't want to be around it. I'd be better off, honestly, being in a bowling alley than a pool hall, because at least at the bowling alley, yeah, I know there's usually a bar there, but that's normally like away from the lanes unless they're out there drinking while bowling. But most times when I've been in a bowling alley, unless it's league, people are sitting at the bar drinking. They're not out there bowling. So I can show to myself from the energy a lot better doing that. You bought from CVS a mini pool table? Wow, Butter, that sounds pretty neat. What is it, like a little rec table you can set up? Or is it like one of those little games that you can sit on a desk? I don't read on health, and I don't do free readings. You want a reading from me? It's $5 US to my PayPal. $10 super chat. That sounds cool, Butter. I would enjoy that. I wonder if it's one I've seen. Does it have like a little pool cue? It's like the length of a pencil. Oh, wow. That does sound pretty neat, Butter. It's longer than that. That'd be neat. I've seen those in the past. Someone I know had something similar, because I recall using it. I recall it was some years ago, though. That sounds like fun. I'll check it out. Yeah, because I got CVS here. That's where I get my medications from, so that'll be cool. Yeah, because that would be one way to shield my energy from it right now. Because they had the tournament. They had the tournament yesterday, and I didn't go to it because the energy was just too heavy. But they're having another charity tournament next weekend. And it just so happens to fall on the day my mother passed away. So I'm debating if I want to go in there and play. I mean, even if I wasn't to compete, I would just, pay for somebody else to play, because it's a charity tournament. But Walgreens and JCPenney's also had it. That's pretty cool. I'll look into it. See if I can find it. Yeah, because I still got my pool cues in the back over there. And I just got to get my bowling ball all cleaned up. I still got to get all that oil off of it from the lanes that gets caked on my bowling ball. So Mini pool table, 20-inch portable tabletop. Wow. So that's pretty much about 1.5 feet long. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, Nathan. You must be mad at me because I rejected you. I'm sorry. Not. No. Oh, yeah, Nathan, you would like that. I guess the trash just took itself out. 24 hours, think about it. Sunny Lane, you're being too nice. Beautiful. Oh, is there, mister? Yes, I know there's a spirit behind me. There's always a spirit behind me. It's my spirit guide. I don't need to look behind me, Mr. 8226. But unless you're here for a reading, you know, you can get lost. Just don't need to be in here. Oh, mister, you wish I wasn't real. See ya, bye. Hello, Larry. Eternal must have fell asleep. Where'd you go, Eternal? Unless he went to look somebody up. He probably did that. Be my guess. See ya, bye. That's right, Butter. I need to make an emoji that says that. In case y'all didn't know, I did start my YouTube memberships. So I said I wasn't going to do it, but I went ahead and did it. So one of the emojis I want to make that I want to create is that saying, see ya, bye. Nope, nobody has time for that. Period. He wishes I wasn't real. He'd be another one that got stuck in the basement with all that Cheeto dust everywhere. I definitely should. I'm gonna come up with some emojis, so the paid members will have them. So, but that would be one of them that says "see ya, bye." People like that saying from me for some reason. So, I have to come up with a few of my sayings. Yeah, you know, there's always those people out there with the Cheeto dust, Sunnyland. They always got to get their, you know, Cheeto fingers on something. Probably looking for a Snickers bar now. I'm not right. But I ain't wrong either. Just one of my friends used to say to me. Hi, Julia. Yeah, I'm good, honey. I'm looking at moving soon. And the Kool-Aid stains. Yeah, we can't forget the Kool-Aid. Can't forget even the ketchup and mustard or the barbecue sauce they use for their, you know, chicken fingers, nor the Doritos. Yes, Sunnyland. I'm looking at moving. That's the only thing y'all are gonna know. I ain't telling y'all where, but yep. Yeah, Butter, I need to be. I need to get away from this energy because it's not helping me at all. It's having a negative effect on me and I can tell it. But it's just so costly to do it right now because the one thing I still need is my car. And the car is still sitting at the shop. It hasn't been touched. So once I get that car fixed, then I can do a lot more. So, you know, things happen. And I just need to be free. Completely free. I need my own space. I need to be able to sleep solid and not, I don't know, just not have that energy around me. So, it'll be different. That's for sure. So, I put myself on a time limit of when I'm going to have it done, and I'm just hoping I can meet that time limit when to be away. Kebs, I don't know, honey. I don't have it enacted on mine. I think it's supposed to be similar to like what TikTok does, which that, you know, oh, yeah, Butter. It is, especially when it all hangs on you. So, yeah, because it's like last night, you know, I should have slept soundly, but I didn't. And I know it's just because of the noise and just that energy hanging. One of my mods said that they feel like it's because I'm still here. It's holding me back from many things, which I'm not going to disagree with them. I think there is some truth to that. But it's the other end of it, of what I'm looking at doing, that has them panicking like, no, I don't like the sound of that. Well, in order for things to change, I have to make that change. And yeah, it's going to be risky. Yeah, nobody would ever, in their right mind, I should say, would ever do what I'm considering doing. But at the same time, it's that risk I'm going to have to take. I'm just hoping it won't take me long being out there, but we'll see. We shall see. Oh, I will, Sunnyland. I'll let my mods know when I officially do it. But I'm hoping to have it done before my birthday, which is March, but we'll see. I need a miracle first. That miracle is getting my car fixed. And that's what I need, but I need a bigger miracle than that, but we'll see. And I appreciate it. Just pray for me, and thank you, Sunnyland, because I do need those prayers. I do need them badly. Thank you, Butter. Yeah. But what's crazy is and I know the change is risky, but change is the one constant we can all depend on is going to come, whether it's good or bad. It's just how we handle it, it's how we adapt to it. It's not, so much. Yeah, there's the reactive part to it, but like you said, if you plan for it, then you could be more proactive and limit the risk as much as possible. But even the way I'm thinking of doing it, it's going to be risky. But all I can say is thankfully I have my CCW. I agree, beautiful. I know God has me. And that's what I keep saying. I think you know, it makes me think of my mama. My mama had gone through, of course, she left us kids with my father, but my mama left my dad when I was 3 years old. And it's not because she didn't love him. She told me she loved him, but she didn't love him the same way. And of course, he made some foolish mistakes, we'll say. I don't blame my mama for leaving him. He went through and was reckless with finances. And so my mama said the only thing she could do was change it. And yeah, she ended up leaving him. And she left us 3 kids behind to do it. She had nowhere to go because she didn't have a job, but she made it. I don't know how she did it, but I know she did. And so I'm reminded of that, and that's what Spirit was telling me. It's like if she can make it, I know I can. First try. This ain't a fashion show. See you, bye. So I do believe God will have my back and watch over me. I believe my spirit team will watch over me and, guide me. They guided me here, right? They had to get me out of my old house to get me to come here to be on YouTube, right? So I guess this is the next step in that direction. And I have faith it will work out. It's going to be challenging though. It's going to be a while before I'll have my comfort, we'll say. But I got to believe it's going to be worth it in the end. Taking the risk. Oh, I do believe that. I think I will too, beautiful. I do. I think it'll take me a while to get things situated. So, just so y'all know, when I do it, I'm be limited. Meaning, I'm only going to probably have a handful of decks with me. Because the rest of them will be boxed up until I get situated. Wherever I'm going to be at. Yeah. I may have 5 or 10 decks with me, and that's it. Yeah, I agree with Sunnyland. Thank you, Butter. It will be good. I feel like that's the least I can do even for myself. And if down the road, once I make that change, I guess that'd be another thing I could share with people down the road. If people need a reason to still keep fighting, that would be another story I can share. Where I fought for myself, even when it was challenging or hard to do. Oh. well, you know, Greg, you're in the wrong spot. Let me report you for harassment. Let's start there. Let's see. Yep. Harassment. See you, bye. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to ask Spirit, like, you know, which tarot decks to have with me and which oracle decks to have. So I'll try to have a couple oracle decks for both love and personal, spiritual, and leave it at that. And then until I have everything else I need. No, you don't. Greg, get lost. Let me report you again. Because you see, you come into my house. Okay, let me make myself very clear to you, Greg. My channel, my house. And disrespect me in my own house. Tell me how I'm supposed to feel or how I'm supposed to believe. You also disrespect my friends who are here. That's rude. And you know, as a Christian, because obviously you didn't take one good look at me to see that I have a cross around my neck. Okay? I am a child of God. And you know, you can go through and tell me what I believe is wrong, but I didn't ask for your opinion. Don't go into anyone's house and disrespect them that way. That's rude. I didn't ask you to be here. And if you don't agree or appreciate what I do, don't come into my stream and don't go on anybody else's stream who does what I do. See, there's something that Jesus did teach all of us, if anyone has followed him, and that is to love everyone unconditionally. You have no right to judge me or anyone else, especially in my home. So get lost. Stay away from people like me. We don't need your nonsense. See, because if you're spreading love and light in the name of Jesus, you would have said something completely different than what you said. You wouldn't have even brought Jesus' name into the equation, but you did. And that I will not tolerate. Because you see, though I'm a Christian woman, I'm also open and receptive to everybody else's religious beliefs who believe differently than me. So, you would not want anyone else coming into your house harassing you about your beliefs. So I don't understand why you think it's okay to do it to me or anyone else here. I suggest you go back and read that Bible again. So, but anyways, yeah, let me report you too, buddy. Because, see, I don't have time for the nonsense. Let's see. I hope you got more accounts to come back with. But anyways, are y'all beautiful people doing all right? Your name is Pom Pom. Yeah, that sounds something that I don't even want to even say what I think it sounds like. Come up with a different name. It does. It does, Sunny Lane, you're right. That's crazy, Eternal. Hi, Ahmed. Alright, so does anybody want a $5 reading that you send to my YouTube? Or my YouTube, my PayPal? Or it's $10 super chat. Yeah, Butter, that would be like a professional troll. That's all they do. Is go into other people's channels like mine to harass because they ain't got nothing else better to do with their life. Kind of thing. So meaning once like someone like me reports them twice, their account gets banned. To where they won't be allowed back into YouTube under that account. So they would have to sign up using a different one. Otherwise, they would be canceled out altogether. Oh, is that what they do? I know, right, Butter? I can't either. I'd be all confused. That's interesting. They would do it. They do it to boost their channel. That's crazy. You would need a lot of time to do that. I don't have that much time. Well, how many devices were they using, Eternal? Because for me, yeah, that would take forever. All I'm going to say is that would take forever for me. They would have to be fast. They're like one of those IT people, like, I mean, I'm not that fast, but I think I'm semi-fast on a keyboard. If I have a keyboard, not talking about on a mobile device, but like with my iPad, I have that keyboard that I can use pretty quickly, but that's pretty wild. It's a lot. I'm gonna need some of that beef jerky. I don't want to eat it, but I'm gonna need to. That's exactly what it sounds like, Eternal. I mean, if they're gonna do that, they need to come in and do it to mine. But the only downside to that is that in itself would affect the algorithm. Well, I don't have a PC, but, you know, I heard somewhere that you would be foolish to go through and, like, when you create a channel, to not go through and, like, ask you, like, your family and friends to come onto it, because unless it's something that interests them, they're not going to watch it or watch your videos or anything like that. Which I thought was interesting, but it makes sense. I understand what they're saying. Yeah, I've seen that advertisement, but I don't go for that. I don't need to buy likes. I want it organically. For people to, you know, if they like me, then that's great. If they don't, okay. So, oh, well, I'm glad you think so, because, see, you just got reported. So, but yeah, I wouldn't want it that way. I would want it genuinely, organically. You know, if people, you know, appreciate what I do, if they, you know, like my energy, but they're into what I do. Those are the people I'd want, genuinely, not be bought or anything like that. I would want someone that, like I said, because even if they subscribe, see, that's the problem with it. Even if they subscribe, the subscribership is not what pays people. It's people who watch the ads. That's how people like me get anything, unless people send donations or have memberships. That's it. But, you know, outside of that, it wouldn't make any sense. Mr. California, make no sense. Hi, Andre. How you doing, baby? Yeah, I'm doing $5 readings tonight, PayPal, $10 Super Chat. If you want a more in-depth reading, I can do that too. I would just have to set it up separately. Exactly, Eternal. And again, all those, like, I don't have the technology for that. I don't even have a PC, so I want it organically. Oh, well, if you think I'm a fool, Mr. California, you can, you know, see yourself out. See you, bye. Exactly, Eternal. You would need them watching all the commercials and everything else. It's crazy that they have any programs like that, but it's not far-fetched, though. I can understand. That's someone that's, like, into, like, IT and, like, engineering stuff that come up with those programs and build them. Huh, that reminds me. I wonder if someone could call in a favor for me. Huh. We'll see. So how you doing, Andre? Hi, Phoenix. Thank you. It's 3 o'clock. So I've been here for an hour and a half. And it got chilly in here. When it drops below, I don't know, I bet you it's probably about 40, 45 outside. I'm good, baby. Just came on for a little bit just to see what the energy's like, because I got drained the other day. So, but I'm okay. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm surprised you're up this late, baby. I know usually you go to bed by this time, right, Andre? Because I know when I used to come on at 10, you were already going to sleep. Hey, Eric. How you doing, baby? Well, Phoenix, yes, I've been through a lot. I've been through a lot in my short life. A lot. It's not all bad, but God knows I've been through it. God's tested me way too many times. You're up now because you fell asleep early? Oh, gotcha. Oh, I'm sorry, Eric. I'm sending you healing, love, and light, baby. I know you're usually asleep, Andre. Well, it's like when I came on last night, it was a little bit later, but in case y'all were up, that's why I sent y'all that email, but I only came on to do the collective and I got off. I didn't stay on past that. No, I'm sorry, Eric. I'm praying for you, baby. Mine's been giving it to me too, so I get it. So, I'm working on looking at changing some things in my life. Like moving. Hopefully soon. How did you hurt it, baby? Or is it just the typical pain that you get? That would be great if I move. Yeah, baby. Well, I've been wanting to move. It's just a matter of how I do it. But the way I'm considering thinking of doing, you may not like. Because the person who knows what I'm thinking about doing definitely doesn't like it. But there's not much I can do. So, we'll see. As long as I get my car fixed first. You know, Dean, it's rude and it's disrespectful to come into somebody else's house and preach to them, especially someone you don't know. Time for you to go, Dean. See you, bye. Ouch, Eric. Baby, you gotta go see a doctor. I hope you didn't tear a disc in there, baby. That doesn't sound good. Oof. I know what that feels like, though. Especially when I move, like where I had my surgery at, that area will still pop if I move or bend a certain way. It usually feels better, but my doctor back then told me, well, that's not good. It's not supposed to be doing that. It's like, well, but it does. So what do I do? Like, I'm not going to allow the surgeon to go back in there and try to figure out why my back's popping that way. But so I hope it feels better, baby. Oh. You know, I ate a little bit of beef jerky earlier today, and my body already burned through it. Crap. Should have known better. Yeah, take it easy, baby. Have you ever tried any of those, Thermacare patches or even like the ones by, like the ones I use? Crap. What are they called, Amanda? I gotta find that box. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank. Here, let me go get the box so I can show you what I'm talking about. Because these work good for both muscles and nerves. Let me see. these, Eric. I use these, and these do help a lot. But problem is, it's like, if I use this, it makes it harder to use like a heating pad. But I need these for the nerves. So, and I know they're not cheap, but I definitely have to use these in order to sit here for long periods of time. But they do help. I know you can get like a, I'm sure if you went to the doctor, they probably would have given you something, but I know they make a prescription kind one too, but I don't have that. But it still helps. You have the prescription ones. Okay, well, good. Use them, baby. It'll help. I know it helps me. Should have known better. Yeah, I had to go get my cheese so I can munch. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here, but at least the energy hasn't been too bad tonight. But I'm really sorry, baby, that you hurt your back. I'll pray for you. I'll be sending you prayers, baby. Are y'all doing anything for Thanksgiving? Oh, yeah, I believe it. You know what I had done a long time ago, Eric? That helped me. Of course, you would have to find a good one. I had a shiatsu massage done. And it's completely different than thinking of like a Swedish or a deep tissue massage. My aunt paid for me to get it done because it was before I had my back surgery. I had it done when I had to fly home when my father had passed away. So I was out there, I had no plans on being out there. It was an emergency. And the guy was able to help me a little bit. At least helped it where I needed it the most. Of course, that was before they came out with those, lidocaine patches. I think they only had the thermacare ones out back then. And the problem with the thermacare is you can't sleep with them on because if you do, you'll burn your back. So, yeah, try it, Eric. The hot springs, that'll work too, baby. If you have a hot tub, get in it. That's the only thing I still wish I had set up is my hot tub. But I got it sitting out there, but it's not connected because I don't have a fence. I really should have set it up inside my house, but I don't believe that thing will fit through my door. Not this door. I think it's too small to get inside my house. I should have measured the door and the width of my hot tub before I had them built it. Y'all gonna go out to dinner? Well, that'll be nice. Where y'all gonna go to dinner, Eric? I'm debating if I'm gonna stream that night. Yummy, Eric. That sounds good, baby. That's what I need. I need some red meat. I noticed that my iron level's low again. I'm probably staying here. I doubt I'm even going to my brother's. Yeah, Brazilian Steakhouse, Sunnyland. You ever heard of Fugo de Chow's? Do you all have Fugo de Chow's? If you have like a Fugo de Chow's, that's what a Brazilian steakhouse is. It's like a buffet, Sunnyland. They have like a salad bar, but they also have it to where you have different waiters that come around with plates of meat on their, plate, and they cut it. So it could be like different cuts of steak, it could be chicken, it could be pork, it could be anything like that. And you turn this dial. So it's like one side is red, the other side is green. Red is for no, you're done. But when they see it turn over to green, they bring over all these different meats to you. How much of this do you want? Blah, blah, blah. What kind? That kind of thing. It's expensive. I went one time and I'll never go back. And it's not that I didn't enjoy it. It's the fact that all I wanted was the filet mignon. Never saw the waiter. Never came to our table. And for $75 a person, nope, no thanks, I won't go back. So, good morning, Gary. And then, the only thing I didn't look at the menu that good, but like the only side you get with it is mashed potatoes, I think it is. But they have a salad bar, but you got to pay extra for the salad bar. So, yeah, it's not worth cooking for just a few people, Eric. I'm not cooking. Like I said, I know I'd be invited to my brother's house, but I only got one vehicle. And that vehicle ain't running worth the crap, to be honest. And it's 2 hours one way to get to my brother's house. And so I'm probably going to be here. I mean, and to cook even, I don't have the money to cook at home right now either. So I'll probably just be eating cheese. And that's it. I'll be alright. Hi, Sarah. So maybe I'll stream. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, you've been staring away from meat. I get it. TJ, I would do hamburger if I had money for it, but I don't. So, smoothies are good. I can't do fish like that. Things have just gotten way too expensive. So, if y'all only knew what the grocery bill was this past month, y'all would look at me all kinds of crazy. Trust me, I did. And I'm trying to figure out how it ended up being so much because I have hardly anything in my house as far as meat goes. Yeah, I don't even know what's in that freezer because I didn't order it, but I didn't. But I mean, all I could tell y'all is like in a month, in 4 weeks, it was over $1,300. And understand me, I didn't buy crap. Like, there's nothing in my house to say it's $1,300 worth of food. And there was only a few containers of frozen meat for like dinner meat. And the rest of it was like lunch meat and it's crap that I didn't put on that list, but somebody else did. We'll say, nope, I can't deal with that crap no more. And so my iron level has tanked because of it. It's just, it's not making any sense. The only other thing that made up that cost, I can see part of it is because of all the cats. The cat food and the cat litter, because of those 16 cats that are in my house. And that's a lot of cat litter. Outside of that, I don't see $1,300 worth of groceries anywhere in my house. So, you know, someone even tried making a casserole and there was like barely any meat in it. It was all potatoes, and it's like, nope, I can't do that either. I need the red meat because of my iron level. So, it's way too much, Sunnyland. It makes absolutely no freaking sense at all. At all. None. And, you know, I've heard somewhere the other day that supposedly they were removing some of the cost, food coming in from other countries, but it's like, okay, that might help as long keep the number, you know, the cost that the number it's currently at. But it's that thing. It's like once, you know, grocery stores have raised their prices, they're not going to bring them down. Like, are y'all crazy? So it's kind of a little too late for all that, in my opinion, to try and help people in that way. But, you know, people have their own ideas, I guess, of how that's supposed to help people's grocery bill. It ain't helping mine. I know that much. Sarah, am I a medium? That would be one of my gifts. Yes, I'm a psychic medium. But I don't do mediumship out here. If you want a mediumship reading, you'd have to set it up privately because it's too much energy. Erica, I believe that. But you know, back then, more people were also growing their own produce too, which helped. And then that's the problem. It's like, I remember my grandparents, they had their own vegetable garden. And I know it helped with the produce part. And because we had a hen who laid eggs, that helps with the eggs. But then it's still like, okay, you got to get the meat. So, I don't have the place to even start a vegetable garden or anyone who would help me to keep it up, we'll just say. So, yeah, there was food everywhere. You're right. You know, because I love vegetables. But see, the crappy part about it is, okay, I can eat vegetables, but the person who lives in this house doesn't eat most of them. And then the ones that would help my iron level, they can't have for the simple fact because they have kidney issues. So think of like spinach as an example. Spinach would be good for me to help raise my iron level, which is what I need. That's why I need red meat. But because the person that lives in this house with me is in kidney failure, they can't have spinach because it tears up their kidneys because it raises their potassium level and um something else. So, and they don't have a sense of control, we'll say. If I was to get spinach, they would touch it. And then I would be like, if something happens to them and their health goes downhill again, I'm gonna be blaming myself for it. Um, what else? Like, I mean, they won't touch broccoli. Um, they won't touch cauliflower, peas. What else? Tomatoes, which tomatoes now is bad for them too. Even tomato sauce, but um there's a lot of stuff that I didn't realize would be an issue for someone who has kidney problems, especially someone who's in kidney failure. Until you go through and you look at that list and you think like, okay, well, these are vegetables. They're supposed to be good for you, right? Not for someone with kidney failure. It's not. It's like, man. Yeah, spinach is good for magnesium too, which is the other level it would help me with, but I can't have it. If you were to look up what someone with kidney failure, what they're supposed to avoid, spinach is at the top of that list. So is bananas and tomatoes. Um, and it's the potassium part of it is what they're not supposed to have. Yeah, Eric. I know it's insane, but it's true. It's the potassium. The reason being is because it's the potassium that messes with your heart rate. So, like even peanuts would be bad. Um, it causes because your kidneys can't filter out the excess minerals that your body doesn't need. So think of like the sodium, think of the potassium, Even the protein, you know, all those, and of course the sugar, because your kidneys can't filter it out correctly, it'll absorb into the bloodstream. And then what it does is it's supposed to cause your heart to have an irregular heartbeat to where you can end up having a silent heart attack, is what it says. That's why. Yeah, I don't have, I'm not a big banana person. They were, though. So, because they would sit there and eat bananas all the time. And they're not supposed to have that for both the sugar and the potassium. It's like I said, same with peanuts. Jericho, I already told you, if you want to set up a private reading with me, you have to email me. So, and you'd have to send me a payment first in order to get on my schedule. I'm sorry to hear that, Sarah. You know, my father died. Well, it's complicated. He had a couple heart attacks, but he was also in kidney failure. So, I'm sending love and light to you, honey. Jericho, how many times I got to tell you? Send me an email. If you're serious, send me an email. You know, Sarah, I'm not going to pretend, beautiful, that I know what that feels like to lose a spouse, because I don't. So, my heart bleeds for you, sweetheart, and I'm sorry for your loss. The closest thing I can relate to it is the loss of a parent, and I know it's not the same thing. I can only just tell you what it, you know, how it felt for me to lose my mama, especially. It turned my whole world upside down. And I was 19 at the time. Even though I knew it was coming, it doesn't matter if I knew it was coming. You're never ready for, you know, someone you love to, you know, pass away. So I understand how deeply it hurts. But as far as like my dad, he had 2 heart attacks back to back, and then he had a pacemaker put in. And the stupid doctor that put the pacemaker in left an extra wire in my dad's chest that wasn't supposed to be there. Of course, we didn't know this at the time, because the wound from them doing the heart surgery needed to heal. And because my daddy was diabetic and also had renal failure, his body wasn't healing as quickly as it would like someone like me, or possibly even you, who are healthy and don't have those type of health issues. And so it kept getting infected, the incision, and reinfected. Couldn't understand why the wound would never heal. They even put a wound vac in his chest, and the wound still wouldn't heal. Until they finally went in and opened him up, and they found the wire. Oh, I was so upset. And by that point, it just pretty much destroyed the rest of the organs in my daddy's body from it all. So, He was only 56 when he passed away. Jericho, I'm not doing no stupid video chat right now. You'd have to pay me a lot. So, oh, Sunderland, he don't want to do that. When he finds out what it costs to have a video chat with me, he'll run. I'm pretty sure of it. Most people do. Jericho, you obviously don't understand English, do you, buddy? Send me an email. We can discuss it privately. Okay? I don't have time for the nonsense, Jericho. Don't waste my time. Okay? Because let me be clear, and you should know this, Jericho, because you're not new to my channel. You know how I make my living, and it's surely not just by my presence being here. I make my money by people buying readings from me. Don't matter whether it's video chat, phone chat, it'd be the same price. Sarah, you'd have to email me, sweetheart. My email's in the description. It's also in the pinned comment in the chat. You'll see it's right next to where it says Venmo and ZELLE. That's my email. No, Sunnyland. It ain't that much. But when people find out what it is, they act crazy. It's like, what do you think someone like me cost? You'd pay more going to someone else outside of me. But, because if they were to go to someone else, they'd probably be paying close to that. But for Jericho, I'd probably charge him $500 just for him acting a fool with me. So, but oh, that was for Jericho, 500. Yeah, I should. Yeah, thank you, Eternal. Eternal just posted my email in the chat for y'all. Yeah, Jericho, you want to send me a deposit like Sunnyland's right. You know, if you want to talk to me that badly, you'd have to go through and, still need my car fixed, Jericho. Hi, Fred. So, it's 3:30. I'm going to shut it down at 4 o'clock. So, 23 minutes. Anybody wants a $5 PayPal card pull or $10 Super Chat reading, y'all got 20 minutes. And then I'm going to say goodnight to y'all. Because I got a couple things I got to do. I got to get to my YouTube and my Patreon member stuff. Okay, Jericho. Well, I need $2,000 to get my car fixed. Let's see. Eric. Jericho, instead of trying to talk to me in here, why don't you do what I suggested you do and send me an email? Because, you know, I need to read for people. If people are serious about wanting to be in my chat, came to me for that reason. So, I don't know how many times I gotta say it. Send me an email, Jericho. Okay, there's that. Alright. Jericho, my email's private. Like, you're in here wasting time, buddy. So, how's everyone else doing? Freaking got cold again. Even with my sweater on. Ah. You know, Jericho, it's time to put you in timeout, buddy. So, if you want my personal time, send me an email. That's what I'm going to start doing from now on, Eternal and Sunnyland. People that come in here start wasting time. You know, unless they're being vulgar or being disrespectful, put them in timeout automatically. And then, especially when I'm doing a reading, And then after that, I'll decide. Y'all know which ones need to be kicked out altogether, but... Oh, and let me not forget about you being in here too, Eric. You know how it goes. Because you know how some people like to come in here and waste time. Hey, Sarah, that's perfectly fine, sweetheart. I understand. Chewy. Crap. Spirit, step back. I know, Eric. I know. I understand you, baby. Fred Glenn Sanford, send me $5 PayPal and I'll pull a card for you. I don't read for free. So that's so funny, Eric. It's funny because even when I streamed last night and Sunnyland and Eternal were here, I did the collective reading, and then, and I covered up the screen so there wasn't anyone in there trying to tap into my energy or trying to distract me from what I was doing at the time. And so I took the cover off the chat so I could read some and say hello to a few people. And someone came in and what did they say? Oh, well, they made like a perverted, vulgar comment, something about, we'll just say the 3 inches. And I thought of you. And, I pretty much, what I would normally throw at them. It's like, no, sorry. You're not that lucky, and I'm never going to be that desperate. And, and then I remember I even threw that comment out there. It's like, oh, you must be another Mr. 3 inches, huh? And someone's like, OMG. It's like, yep, that's right. So, yeah, I don't play. Sometimes my spirit guides can be a little, they remind me of my parents, we'll say. Oh, rising vibes. You wish you would have ever be that lucky to find out. Yeah, sorry. Not in this lifetime. And next lifetime don't look any better for you either. They would always like to know. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Ouch. Hold on. Speaking of that patch, I should have put one on. They definitely do, Eric. We need to find a place just for them. And thank you, Sarah. All right, let me read for Sarah, y'all. Miss Sarah, thank you for your donation, beautiful. Let's see. What does Spirit want to say? My guardian angel, my system of love. Alright, Spirit, show me Show me the energy surrounding Sarah. What's most important? Spirit. Let me see. Well, that one just came right out. Tell me more, Spirit. What's this around? Why are you second guessing yourself, Sarah? Is there someone you're not talking to? Spirit saying you're not standing up for yourself, beautiful. Like you need to make your stance a little more firm, your boundaries. Is there someone that you have been on the outs with? It doesn't have to be romantic. It could be friends, family. Someone trying to take control of a situation. Make you feel like you don't have any say in your own life or where it's going, or like you've lost your way. Spirit, give me more about this. Or see anything else. Show me. Give me one card. What is this off the throne pertain to? Show me, Spirit, for Sarah. No, someone's disappointed you. Alright, Spirit, I need... Where did that deck go before? Let me pull this one real quick. Oh my gosh, something like you make me laugh. Spirit, what does this involve? Show me who it is. Spirit. Show me. Feels like a younger energy. Alright, Spirit. Show me who this is, Spirit. For Sarah. I understand you're sad right now, Sarah. Yeah, it feels like your husband right there. But who are you not talking to? Spirit. Like, I feel like what Spirit's trying to say to you, Sarah, and I'm just going to show you this. There's this off this throne, which is all about your power. And, like, you feel lost. Like, you feel like you've lost your compass or your North Star. Why? Because you got sad news. And the sad news is, naturally, you know, the loss of your husband. Right there. With this Two of Cups. Two of Cups is a card of, like, twin flame soulmate energy. Your significant other, your mate. So, now I want to see what this not talking card. Spirit, clarify this not talking card for me. Okay, Spirit. Show me. Spirit wants you to be more direct about what you want. They want you, if you feel like it's you against the world, I understand that too, honey. You know, you got to stop getting in your own way, beautiful. And, you know, it's tricky. Because I get how your world could be turned upside down. Being without your person. your mate, your husband. And that's kind of throwing you out of, your foundation, your solitude, your throne, your power. The spirit needs you to be more compassionate with yourself. Give yourself that love and that time. You know, I want you to think of it in the context of like what I say to myself. And sometimes I forget to say it, but positive affirmations do help. It'll kind of like reset your mindset, reset your spirit in a sense. Even when things are going wrong in my life, which it's happened. Um, a short story would be I had to sell my old house a couple years ago because I didn't have the money to pay for it anymore. And it was a hard decision I made, but it was one I had to make. Because it was either I sell the house and get the money, the proceeds, whatever money I'd already put into that house from it to have something to walk away and build a new house or buy another house or whatever. Or I just sit there, silly with my arms crossed and pouts like, I'm losing my house. How am I supposed to pay this? Mr. Banker kind of thing. And just sit there and not do anything. One of two choices. That's all I had. And I chose, as hard as it was, to list it out on the market instead of waiting for the bank to come and take it from me. And then I lose everything. And I had to start from scratch again. It was not easy. And it was not an easy thing for me to go through, though people in my family would tell you that I made it seem so easy because I wasn't over there pulling my hair out per se. Like I wasn't allowing myself to get so stressed out, and I couldn't be stressed. I had to be focused. I had to focus on what I was doing to get it done. And yeah, I even had to pack up 3/4 of the house by myself. And I'm talking about a two-story house that was about 20, right under 2,400 square feet big. And I had over 20 years of possessions in this house that I had to pack. And I had to figure it out. And no, I was not sure where I was going from there. I didn't have a plan. I did and I didn't. But I had to have faith. And I had to have faith in myself, but also faith in the universe, faith in God, if you believe in a God or believe in a higher being, right? And so I had to go in the mirror every day and tell myself, everything's going to work out perfectly in my favor. And I didn't just say it to myself, I had to believe it. I had to embody that feeling to give me that, energy. I had to alchemize, taking the negative circumstances I was in and using it in a positive way to find my way again. That's what I had to do. And I even had to do it when my mother passed away. And that was hard. Sarah, I can tell you, beautiful, after my mother passed away, when I say this, because I got to be careful because I understand there's certain things you're not supposed to say. Let me just put it to you this way. When my mother passed away, she died Thanksgiving of 2000, and I didn't know. My family didn't let me know she was gone. I was left in the dark for 2 days thinking she was still here. But in reality, she wasn't. And the reason why I didn't know she wasn't alive anymore and that she had passed because she was 3,000 miles away on the other side of the country visiting family for the Thanksgiving holiday. And I was stuck here having to work. And so when I was notified she had passed away, yeah, my whole world crumbled underneath me. And I remember that moment, you know, I wanted God to take me too. I'll just put it that way. I just so I could be with her because I didn't know what else to do. She was my life revolved around her. Making sure she was still alive, making sure she got to the doctors, making sure she was fed and bathed and all these things. And also put in the hours, at my regular job, put in 60, 70 hours a week to help pay the bills. Because though my stepfather was there, which was daddy to me, his income wasn't enough to cover everything. So I had to give up school even to do it. So I had to go from that to now what? I felt lost. I felt very alone, you know? And I remember I felt very betrayed by my family. Like, I could not believe that they would allow me to go 2 days and not be told she wasn't here anymore. You know, and some people would say, well, they were doing it to help protect me because I still had to work. And that's true. But it's no excuse. You know, they had their ulterior motives to it. And it doesn't matter. What they did was still wrong, though, you know. So I had to deal with that grief by myself. I had to pick myself back up again, figure it out. No, it wasn't easy. And I was lost. Um, I could tell you probably the only other thing that helped me back then, besides working, I'm a semi-professional pool player, and I was shooting a lot of pool back then. It kept me busy. It kept me focused on that, you know, doing something that I love and enjoy. Plus, the other sport I did and still do is bowling, and that's something my mother taught me. I grew up with. So I had to, you know, really put my time into that to keep me busy, to have still joy in my life in some way, even though my heart was crumbled. Like, I remember I just wanted someone to come in and cut my heart out because the pain was so bad. I could literally feel the pain in my own heart, in my chest. It hurt. And I just wanted someone to cut my heart out so I didn't feel the pain anymore. But also, like I said, it's not that I would ever end my life per se. I would never do that, but I welcomed it. And I remember I told God, come get me. You took my mama, now you come get me. I'm ready. I just want to be with her. I don't want to be here stuck in this emotional turmoil and pain. But I knew that wasn't going to happen, you see. But it's something I did go through, something I felt, and I had to figure it out all alone. But I did. I still had to find a reason to live. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sarah. Ouch, honey. Losing a child. People say it's the worst thing. And I don't understand, you know, I've never experienced that beautiful. Um, but I know it's painful because you always think, you know, that person's supposed to be here too. You know, you're supposed to be there to watch them grow up. Beautiful, I could tell you, I watched both my grandmothers, including my step-grandmother, my stepfather's mom. All three of my grandmothers buried at least one child while I was alive. Crazy, I know, but it's also true. My paternal grandmother lost a child a month after she was born. She gave birth to twins when the twins passed away. And then when I was 5, she buried one of my uncles, one of my father's brothers. He was in his, I think, late 20s. He got pneumonia and he had gotten something else. And my grandparents were still together. And I know that helped them because they went through the grief together, grieving the loss of a child, you know, twice. You know, to feel it once is bad enough, but twice they did. And I think they put their focus around everyone else that they still had, you know, to get them through it, you know, because my grandparents still had, you know, 5 other kids. And so they put their time and attention into the kids who were still here. And then, you know, because my father had already gotten married and had 3 of us, you know, there was also the grandkids that I think, you know, that helped to keep them going. My maternal grandmother, my mama was the child she lost. And my mama was 41 when she passed away. Same thing. I know my grandmother, she struggled with it. And I hated it. I hated watching her because I realized how much pain she was in. You know, and I saw her briefly for a little bit before she had got back up and moved back to California, where we're originally from. And I try to keep in contact with her, and I let her know how much I was here, you know, because we're both grieving, losing the same person. She only lost her daughter. I lost my mother. And we talked about that grief. And she kind of would explain it as similar the way I said it. She wanted to die because she wasn't supposed to lose a child. You know, you're supposed to die before your kids. But that's how she felt, though. You know, she had to put her time and attention into her faith, and she also had to do it. Um, she allowed her friends to be there, and kind of help support her and comfort her. My aunt and uncle was up there, but I don't feel like she could lean on them as much. So I think she kind of, allowed other friends to be there, support her. Now, my stepfather, who was my second dad to me, so his mom, my step grandmother, that was still grandma to me. When my dad passed away, I was 30. My dad was 56. That was so difficult because I remember, her just sitting there in a wheelchair because she was already struggling with, some of her physical ailments and everything. She was in like her 70s, late 70s, I think. And all she could say is how much it hurt. During my father's, his memorial service, it hurt so bad, and that's all she could say. And I could see the torment and the pain in her eyes, and I hated it. And I try to comfort her. It's like, Grandma, I'm here. I know you're hurting. I can't even imagine you losing your own child. And I just lost another father. No, it's not supposed to be this way. And, and I hugged her, and I tried to be there with her. Me and my brother did too, but it wasn't going to bring him back. And I think that's the hardest thing. The only thing any of us can do to make it better is bring that person back. But we know we can't. Sarah, beautiful. I understand that too. Being so sad, not being able to sleep. And your mind wanders and you feel lost because, you just want to be close to them again. You just want a sign from them that says they're still here. They haven't left you. They're still around the corner, even though you can't see them per se, or you can't, touch them, but you still need that, validation they're still here. And I could tell you that they're still here. It doesn't matter how old your baby was when they passed away, your husband, anyone else. They never leave you beautiful. Love is eternal. The one thing I can tell you is it's the one thing that our loved ones leave behind with us. And, it's all the happy memories that has always brought me comfort. It's the things they taught me or the joys they had in their life. So I'll use myself as an example, like my mama. My mama was a great bowler. When I was a kid, she was so good that she got invited to join the World Pro Tour to bowl professionally full time on the national stage. By that time, my mother was married with 4 kids, so she had turned the offer down, but she was still bowling. She worked for the bowling alley in the main office doing all the league sheets. She also was the one that coordinated some of the tournaments that came into the bowling alley, and also went to other bowling alleys and competed in tournaments for money and such. And so I would go to the bowling alley and get lost on those lanes. And see, because, what our loved ones hate is they hate to see us sad. They hate to see us cry, especially when it's because of them. Okay? And they understand we are going to grieve the loss of them not physically being here, right? That's one thing. They even hate, seeing us do that. They want us to remember them by being happy. Remember the love they gave us. Remember all the good times we had, holidays, those big milestones, or just the mundane, days you have with them. Doing something that is a daily task, but I'm sure you could probably go back in your memory and think of those times, like just them being there, their presence, being in the same room as you, You know, let's just say you were in the kitchen cooking and, you know, they're in the living room right next to you watching TV. Even something as simple as that. It's just their energy, it's their presence you miss. That I understand too. And, you know, they want us to honor them and remember them and the things they did in their lives. So, using my mom as an example, I would bring my mama's energy to me to go to the bowling alley and throw that bowling ball down the lane. And I wasn't trying to care about what my score was, you know, even though I could still score pretty good, but I wasn't on the level of my mama's skill, but I would still do it. Why? Because it invited her energy to me. Because she would get enjoyment out of watching me bowl, seeing me do something that she loved so much, that she was passionate about. So now, because they're on the other side, they get to live through our eyes now. And they want to live through our eyes, but they need to see us happy to do it. They don't want to see us sad. And when we are sad, though, they come to us, especially when we think about them, you know, and especially on those holidays. They know those are the days we miss them even more. So we can draw their energy in closer to us even then. Your whole phone glitched out, take that as a sign from your loved ones. They like to mess with technology too. They'll do stuff like that, Sarah, just to get your attention. Um, I try and tell people this. You know, it's different for everyone. Um, but if you're to look out in nature, for an example, you know, like people talk about seeing butterflies, birds, like cardinals and such. Yeah, that could be a sign from, you know, your past over loved ones, but you know, they're more so gonna pick something that they know without question. You should know, you should recognize, meaning when you get sight of it or when you hear it, they're the first person that comes to your mind. So, what is that thing? You know, when you think of your husband or you think of anyone else you've lost, what's that thing in this life they love so much? Well, you know, was he a hunter? Did he like to fish? Was he a gardener? Did he like to, you know, spend time in the kitchen with you cooking? You know, what was it that brought him happiness aside of, you know, being, you know, your beloved? And that's where you would want to look for that sign. Okay. But I'm not telling you to go look for it. What I'm saying to you is our loved ones will come through and send us signs. I call them postcards from heaven. It's just like a little sign. Then and you'll see synchronicities and it'll happen when you least expect it, when you're not looking for it. And it's just their way of saying, hello, I'm here, I love you. You know, I'm still here right beside you without coming in and completely like trying to scare you per se, like them show their physical ghost of themselves or talk to you because no matter what most people say that they're prepared for that, even for someone like me, it'll still catch me off guard when it happens. And it startled me the first time I experienced it. So they try and do something more subtle and they make it look like coincidence. They want it to be coincidence, but it's not coincidence. But if you see it happen, you know, just randomly, and it seems like it might happen more than once, take it as a sign from them. If you start seeing them, look for them. And Sarah, I'll tell you this too, beautiful. Even tell your loved ones, just say to them, I need that sign. I need a sign. Send me something I can see, like a cardinal, that I'm going to know without question it's you who sent it to me. Now, but you got to be patient though. Okay. See, people expect that once you put that out there, that they're going to send it to you right away. No, it takes time. Okay. It may not happen that day. It may not even happen overnight. But be patient and it will happen. And they will. And if you need confirmation, it's them. Ask them to send you another side that you know will make it more clear and to where you can't dispute it and say it's coincidence. Because a lot of people say, oh, well, that's coincidence. No. I'll share with you a story, Sarah, that I've told to on here many times. After I sold my house, um, I went through, I had to move to my in-laws' house temporarily to get my feet back on the ground, figure out what I was going to do next. And, and I got, um, some money from the sale of the house to buy a new home or whatever. And so I was going through and I was online looking for homes, ones that was in my price range that I could afford. And so I found this listing for a brand new neighborhood that was coming up. It was being developed, and I thought, I don't know, because it was over almost 2 hours away from my brother, my only blood relative here in the same state as me. I didn't know if I wanted to be that far away from him, but at the same time, I still wanted to be able to afford to buy another house. I've been a homeowner. I don't know. I haven't rented since I was in my teens. And so, at first I wasn't going to even bother, but I said, okay, I can't say no without first looking at it. So I called my realtor, let them know, and they said they would set it up, whatever, get more info and all that. I said, okay. The night before I was supposed to go look at this neighborhood, I said to my parents, who both are passed, I told them, give me a sign. Let me know that this is where I'm supposed to be. Because right now, I don't feel sure about it. I almost didn't even bother looking at this, but I said, give me a sign. I need that sign from you that tells me, without question, this is where I'm supposed to be. So I go to bed next morning. As soon as I open up my eyes, I had a song playing in my head. That was always a sign from my mama. She always sends me songs. So that was mama telling me yes, okay? So I thought that was interesting, though. But it doesn't stop there. I get up, and I'm like, okay, well, I get ready. And as I was in the car and I was traveling to the neighborhood, and it was in a different county than the one I was staying in, the one I used to live in. As soon as I entered the county lines where this neighborhood was, I see a sign. It's a political sign, like local office sign. And it had my daddy's surname on it. And I gotta tell you, it's not a common name. It's not like a Smith, a Davis, nothing like that. It's not a common name you see anywhere. And here it is. I see my daddy's name on this political sign at the front of the county line. It's like, well, there's a second sign. And literally, his name is there, right? And I said, okay. And then I get to the neighborhood, and another one of those same signs was in front of this neighborhood. That was, there was only like 1 or 2 houses that had been built, but they were even finished. And so I said, okay, there's a third sign. Well, I went into the house, and because the houses weren't finished, I could not see myself in these houses. They didn't have any drywall up. So I couldn't see like each individual room laid out, right, with walls. And so I told my realtor, I'm like, I can't see it. I can't see myself here yet. I need the walls up, and then maybe I can vision it. And so they were like, well, the builder actually just finished a neighborhood a year ago that has the same floor plan as these houses. And they said there's still one house that hasn't sold, but you can't buy it. It's under contract, but they'll allow us to look at it. Okay, if the house is finished, I'll look at it. I just want to see this house with walls. That's what I need to see, right? So we left, and we go to this other neighborhood. Same thing, Sarah. Get to this neighborhood, that same political sign with my daddy's surname on it is there. Okay, that's like sign 4, right? And then I go through, and I had we looked at the house, but unfortunately they weren't finished with that house. There was some drywall up, but then they didn't have like the cabinets in the kitchen. It was something like that. And it's like, I was expecting a complete finished house, but it's not. Same thing as what I was looking at the other neighborhood, you know. And so we were standing in the street talking, and my realtor, it's a husband and wife team. They looked at me, they're like, Amanda, there's that house right there. That's the house you're looking at, that you're wanting to buy in the neighborhood. I said, yeah, okay. And they're like, well, go knock on their door. You know, ask them if we can come inside and take a look around. And I just looked at them crazy. I'm like, what? Are you being serious? I said, you know, you really think they're going to let me come into their house? They don't know me from nothing. You know, but I'm like, you know what? As crazy as it is, I can't say that I didn't do it. So I did. I went and knocked on the door. It's like, I'm not shy. And, you know, an older woman came to the door, and I explained to her I was looking at the house next door and, you know, looking at buying a house from this builder, but I needed to see the complete house, right? To my surprise, she welcomed us in and showed us around her house. And so as soon as I stepped into her house in the living room, I see the corner of the door frame that goes into the master bedroom. There's this angel figurine. Guess what? I have the exact same angel figurine. And in my old house, it was in the exact same place. It blew my mind. That was another sign that my parents were sending to me. I said, okay, there's a sign. And so after we were done looking at the house, when we were saying our goodbyes, I was telling the woman, I thanked her for her, you know, hospitality, welcoming us in and showing us her beautiful home and, you know, and this and that. And then I had mentioned the political sign. I said, you know, it's crazy. I said, because I'm not from here. I said, but you know that political sign that's out there in front of the neighborhood? And she's like, yeah. I said, that's my family's name. And she's like, really? I said, yeah. She's like, well, you know what? That's my maiden name. What? Are you serious? She's like, yeah. That's my blood family name. It's like, I can't make this up. That was the other sign. And all those signs there was my parents answering me, telling me, yes, this is where you're supposed to be now. And because of that, I went to the builder, like my realtor. I told him I wanted to modify the house and this and that. Signed the contract that day. All right. You answered me loud and clear. And I did, and I signed the contract. And they built the house. So they will send you signs like that. But that's one of those stories where I say that even for someone like me, who can, you know, connect to spirits, who can see them sometimes, who can, you know, hear their voice and get other messages and such, even I have to sometimes look out in the visual world around us that the rest of us are in to get those little, you know, messages, symbols that lets me know they're with me, to not doubt, even if I doubt myself sometimes, which, you know, being, you know, having the psychic abilities I have, even studying land and eternal can tell you, you know, it's, you still kind of go into it sometimes thinking you're crazy, even though you know you're not, but you do, you know. And so I got to remind myself, as crazy as it is and as far-fetched as it might seem to some people, I understand it's real. Others who don't have my abilities won't ever understand, you know, who aren't open to it. But for people like me, they understand where I'm coming from. And they'll always be skeptical until they have an experience like mine to understand and believe. I understand that too, Sarah. Feeling lost. Beautiful, Sarah. Let me tell you something, sweetheart. You're not alone. You're not alone, honey. You got to use some of that pain to push you through forward. You just got to turn it into a positive. Keep believing in yourself. Know there's a reason you're still living. You know that there's still more that's supposed to come. And it doesn't always mean it's negative. There's always the positives. And you got to focus on the positives. Find that one thing. And you won't feel lost. It doesn't mean you got to figure it out today, beautiful. It doesn't mean you got to figure it out tomorrow. But if you keep believing and you find that reason that gave you joy, aside from, the loss of your husband, which again, I can't even fathom it. You know, even though I'm technically married, but I'm not with them, so I'm split from them. Um, but whether it be them or someone else, even now, I can't fathom it. So my heart bleeds for you. But I want you to take a look around you and talk to him. Even talk to your baby girl that you lost. Tell them you need some of their help and their guidance, and they'll send it to you. But you got to be patient with them because, see, things don't work the same way. They don't work the way that we want them to work, because things in our life and in our world is, physical, right? We can pick it up and feel it, right? In the spirit world, it's all energy. So it takes time for things to happen because it's like, think of it like when there's a bad thunderstorm, when there's a bad rainstorm and there's lightning. Our loved ones on the other side will pick up that energy, and that's when they'll come in stronger because they have an outlet to gain that energy, to do something to get your attention more than what they've been trying to do. Like maybe a knock on the wall, or maybe, do something to where maybe there's a glitch that happens with your phone, or your TV flashes, or the lights in your room flicker. And people will say, oh, well, there's something wrong with the wiring. I'm not going to sit here and, argue with people and say that, don't check those things if you can. But if it happens, only, here and there, then yeah, I'm not going to say that that's an electrical problem. But, you know, again, I wouldn't tell someone to not check into them first either. You know that they will come through in that way. And I've had it happen. I've even had someone whisper into my phone while I was streaming one night. And I haven't posted it, and I still got to get to it. Where I don't even know. No, I think I was here, but I don't think I said anything. But you can hear another voice on the stream. And it was a male voice saying something like hello or something like that. So, and I think there was a thunderstorm that day because where I live right now, it seems like it rains here a lot. So I get a lot of the spiritual energy around here. That brings it in. But even my guardian angels and spirit guides bring it forward too. So this sadness right here, it's not going to last forever, okay? Because they need you to know that you have this love, divine support. But it's how you use it, beautiful. I would tell you right now, and they want me to tell you, I'm not telling you not to feel pain. I'm not going to sit here and tell you not to cry. What I tell you is give yourself time. And, never allow anyone to tell you how long. Like I've had people say to me in the past, like, well, hasn't it been long enough? It's time to move on. And it shocked me because that person's lost a parent themselves. And it's like, I can't even believe I'm hearing this from you, And it was so, it was rude, but it was inconsiderate, and it was thoughtless. They weren't being, compassionate or any of that. And I remember I said to them, I told them, I said, it's like, how dare you? How dare you tell me it's been long enough and it's time for me to move on and get over it. I'll never be over it. And, like I said, it struck me because it's like I would have thought they would understand that, knowing they've lost a parent themselves. But the difference of it was they lost them a lot older than what I was to get it. And so, and I had to have compassion about that, but it's what I tell everybody. Even when you think enough time has gone by, that people will tell you, well, it's been long enough. It's time for you to move on. You feel like maybe you feel like you're leaving them behind or you're forgetting them. You're not. You're just carrying their love with you. But even then, you still will never be over it. You know, I know for me, it took, I don't know, probably a good first 5 years of my life that most days I was just going with emotions in many ways. I wasn't engaging like I should have been. I was physically there, but my emotions was the pain of, my mama being gone and I was lost. And part of me had to be lost for a while in that and allow myself to feel for however long my heart needed to feel it until I reached that point where it would lessen a little bit. And there would be, times then where I didn't feel like a bucket of tears every day. But even when I thought I was, doing better, where I would find myself laughing more, smiling more, engaging with people more, aside from just being like, mechanical. There would still be those days that caught me off guard. I don't know where. I would get hit and I would end up sad. In fact, it happened to me um, the year before last. No. Yeah, it was the year before last with my brother. It was my nephew's birthday party. My mom never got to meet any of her grandbabies, unfortunately, because we were so young. We were barely out of school, half of us. The other half, we just became an adult, so we weren't married with children yet. And, my brother was the youngest of the 4 kids, and so, he has a couple of kids of his own. And I remember getting up and going to my brother's house for my nephew's birthday party. And I got in that car and I was driving through the mountains. Well, as I'm going through the mountains, I'm thinking of my mother because when we were kids, we used to drive through the mountains going to visit extended family in another state. And I just remember in that moment, it's like, she's supposed to be here. Like, and I was angry. I was so angry, I even screamed at God and telling him how wrong this was. That I shouldn't be going to this birthday party by myself. That at least my parents should be in this car with me. They should be able to, see and meet their grandchildren and play with them. So I was angry and I was hurt. And the radio was playing at that time. And one of the song, there was like the last, I don't know, 15 seconds of a song. And after that song ended, another song right behind it played. And it was a song that, came out years since my, parents had passed. But it played. And it always makes me think of them. And that was my mama coming through and let me know she was there with me. She was in that car with me. She was reminding me of that. And, and as I'm trying to drive through this mountain, going around all these really crazy curves and turns, trying not to go off the cliff because there's like really no railing parts going through the roads in the mountains. I'm trying to wipe all the tears, from my eyes, try not to cry, but also to be reminded that even though she wasn't physically there, I knew she was going to be there in spirit. And that's what she was making clear to me. And I saw signs of her there. When I wasn't looking for it, she let me know. So it's moments like that that I look for in those days that I need them. Because I know I'm going to need them. We all need them. Oh, well, I'm so happy you're able to eat, beautiful. Please do eat. Please do take care of yourself. You know, I'll pray for you, beautiful. Um, write your feelings down too. Make a journal. You know, just whatever. I don't care if you're sad, happy. I don't care if you want to scream at, the world. Write it down. Because I'll tell you, nothing that helped me is allowing myself to yell up at God and let him know how angry I was for taking my parents from me. And I did. I did it multiple times. Of course, people of faith would come in and say, that's blasphemy and this and that, which we can get on a tangent about religion, but I try not to get into it. But I'm just going to say this. It's like, y'all really think God's going to send me to hell just for me being human right now? He made me human. I'm dealing with human emotions, okay? Ones that anyone would feel, losing a loved one, and who would feel being robbed of their loved one, as I felt. I'm not going to hell just because I yelled up at him and let him know how I feel. He'll forgive me. I'm not worried about that, but others would take it to a whole nother level, right? So, and after I would release my anger and yell up at God and, at the universe, whatever you want to say, I would come back and apologize too. And I know they know, God knows, divine knows, my parents know that it's me being human, dealing with human emotions. You know, I'm not going to be penalized for being human in that way, having a heart and being able to feel in that way. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. So, but thank you for stopping by, Sarah. And I am happy to hear that, you're able to eat, beautiful. Take it one step at a time. One day at a time. Find your outlet, beautiful. Even what was it in life besides them that you live for? Do you, like to draw, scribble, paint, write? Give it that outlet, and you'll get some of it out. All right. It's 4:30. Charizard, what do you need? Because I'm here to do readings, but I'm getting off. Because I've been here for a few hours now. So I can do a couple other things. So, I don't know when I'll be back, y'all. I just came on tonight just to see what the energy's like. But okay, I don't know what that means. You did what I asked you to do. What does that mean? My mods are destroying my channel. I'm curious to know why you think that. Because I got the best mods that anyone can have. They're protective of me. And they do what I instruct them to do. So, so I'd be curious to know what you think my mods are doing. Because for me, I got boundaries. So, if you think my mods are destroying my channel, I highly doubt that. It's just some people don't like my boundaries. That's what it is. So why don't you tell me what you think my mods have done? But I really would like to know what you said you did, because I have no idea what you're talking about. And, you know, Charizard, I don't have all night, sweetheart. I mean, you can always email me if you'd like to do that and tell me. Oh. We're quiet all of a sudden. What the heck? Oh, people in their cars. This is just so funny. I always get a kick out of all the cars I hear going by. Oh, is that right, Charizard? Well, you know, if anyone is destroying my channel, I guess that would be me. That would actually be my spirit guides in essence, because they're trying to protect me and shield me from people's energy who wants to waste my time, per se. But you know, I appreciate you thinking that way, but nope. Some people don't like my boundaries. That's what that is. So, my beautiful people, if that's all you think it is, Charizard, I'm sure my spirit guides will make it loud and clear what I'm doing wrong. I mean, one of my moms already told me what they think, but, you know. Oh, thank you, Sunnyland. Yeah, I still like to know, Charizard, what did I ask you to do that you did? It's all in the numbers. It's all in what numbers? Tell me what numbers you're talking about, because you're talking in riddles right now. And again, if you hi, Tarot Alchemist, how you doing, beautiful? Yeah, I just saw that, Sarah. Hold on one second. I need to go grab something real quick. Oh, be right back. Okay, let me get this back set up real quick. My office is a freaking mess. I had that one nerve in my sacral start to fire up. Okay. Alright, Sarah, let me see something beautiful. Spirit. What else does Sarah need to hear? I should check my thermostat too. This mermaid don't like the winter. I don't like the scorching heat either, but Spirit, show me for Sarah. I know you're over there close to the West Coast. I'm in Georgia. We get all 4 seasons here, honey. I'm a California girl though, originally. I miss it. I'm supposed to be on a tropical beach. Well, that same card came out beautiful. Spirit wants you to check up on your health though. I don't read on health beautiful, but it's something that I think you probably want to look into. But this card came out again. So Spirit needs you to really stand in this. Claim your power back. Take your life back. Find your compass. They're saying it's not going to be easy though. Things are going to be on a roller coaster, Sarah. And beautiful. It's understandable though. Okay? Again, I'm not, you know, coming down on you, beautiful. I get it. I get grieving. I get that. But there's hope in this. Okay? I want you to know there's hope. But they want you to check on your health, beautiful. You got to make sure you're taking better care of yourself. They're worried about you. Let me see. I actually want to pull from this deck. Let me see. Spirit's telling me to pull from a different deck I have here. Oh, let me grab this deck. Of course they would fall. Go figure. Yeah. My office is a mess. Let me see, Spirit. Let's see. Spirit, you told me to pull out this deck. What does Sarah need to hear? Please and thank you. What does she need to hear for her highest good going forward? Show me. Alright. Okay. Something about this they're telling me. Okay, I got it, Spirit. Let's see. Show me. Show me, Spirit. All right. I get right now, beautiful. Again, Miss Sarah, I'm not coming down on you, beautiful. Okay. But your spirit team is challenging you to put yourself out there. They want you to you know, go out there and engage with the public. You know, instead of running from it. And, you know, I get this card, you know, it says public issues, but what Spirit is telling me about it is that they want you to, you know, this says stop putting your, you know, business out there to the public. My spirit team is saying that's not what this means for you. What they're saying is they need you to kind of make yourself a little more vulnerable and, you know, start talking to people who can relate to you, who can understand where you're coming from. Like you finding me, for an example. You know, I don't know, again, like I said, I don't know what it's like to lose a spouse, but I've lost other loved ones, and I know how painful that is and feeling lost in that way. They want you to look for a support group, like a group that's for, like, specifically a grief support community. So, I haven't looked into it in some years, beautiful, and it'll probably be different where you're at than where I'm at, but I would check like your hospital systems. A lot of those hospital systems will have like monthly meetings that provide grief support to people who are going through the grieving process and still trying to, you know, balance those emotions plus still physically be here in the physical, right? Because they want you to drop your shields. And that's what this card says. Drop your shields. Be a little more vulnerable with others. People can't help guide you, beautiful. Nor can they help, you know, be there and be supportive to you if you're not allowing them to be. And yeah, I understand it's hard to trust people. I do. I get that too. I truly do. But you're never going to find out, beautiful, if you keep, you know, keeping your shield up so high that people can't reach you, if you don't even give them the opportunity to prove themselves to you. In the context of, this is what I say to everybody, and doesn't matter, you know, y'all apply it whichever way it fits. People can tell you one thing, and I'm not saying don't give people the benefit of the doubt, right? Let them tell you what they say they are about or who they are, what they're going to do. But really, it comes down to their actions. Do their actions match their words? If their actions match their words, believe them. Give them that. Give them at least that. But if their actions is completely different from what their words are telling you, then you know they're full of it, right? There's no reason to put that trust or be that vulnerable with them. So those are the ones that you would be like, yeah, it was nice knowing you, but it's time to go. Because you're full of it, kind of thing, right? And it doesn't matter whether this is, you know, your family, your friends, an acquaintance, people you work with, or if you have a significant other in your life. Apply it to all relationships. Don't just apply it to certain, you know, groups, because even when it comes to like family, and this is what I've told people too, and I mentioned this earlier when I was talking to one of my other mods about how, you know, you have people that, you know, will try and treat you any kind of way. You know, they think they could treat you bad. And then they get mad at you because when they do something wrong and you put up your boundaries and you say, no, I'm not going to let you treat me that way. I'm gone. They don't like that, right? They want you to forgive them and get over it and allow them back in. Okay, and I'm not saying I don't believe in second chances, because I do. But understand me, that person better make good on that second chance they get from me, or else they'll never see me again. Those are my boundaries. Why? Because I'm not you got to understand that you teach others how to treat you. Okay? And so in that context of, if you allow someone to cross your boundaries and they see there's no consequences to crossing your boundaries, they'll do it again. Unless you get the rare people out there who come to the realization, you know what, I'm right. I need to hold myself accountable. I was wrong. And thank you for the second chance. I will do everything in my power to make this right so you don't regret giving me a second chance to be a part of your life. That kind of thing. But even when it comes to family, okay, even family, you love them, yes. You forgive them, yes. And forgiveness is not so much about forgiving them, it's about forgiving yourself for trusting them, you know, or allowing them to go further and mistreat you or whatever it is that makes it toxic to where you can't have them up close and personal in your life anymore. It doesn't mean that you don't still love them and want the best for them. What it means is you don't allow them to have a front row seat in your life anymore. So you love them from a distance. You still wish them well, you forgive them, but you send them on their way. Why? Because there's that boundary now, and they understand it. And people, especially people who like to manipulate, are always going to try and test those boundaries. And then they're going to come out because you put up your boundary and they realize they can't cross it. They're going to say you're mean and say all these different things and even probably be like, oh, I'm going to go tell so-and-so. It's like, go ahead, knock yourself out. I don't care. And then not care. Okay? You know, it's not that you don't care. It's like, no, you're not going to manipulate me just to get your own way with me. It doesn't work. So that's where you got to be clear. So allow that, Sarah. Allow people to be there for you, beautiful. People you can trust. People that you know can understand and can relate to what you're feeling going through right now. Spirit saying it's not going to be easy. Okay? But they want you to hold this sacred space for them too. Meaning, Sarah, in those times where you're questioning yourself, where are you going? What are you doing? Is this the right way? Is this the wrong way? Talk to them, beautiful. Your loved ones on the other side and your spirit guides, your guardian angels, they always will hear you. Okay? And let me make this clear, beautiful. You know, people ask me often, well, you know, do I need to say it out loud for them to hear me? No, they hear you. It does not matter whether you say it out loud, whether you think it, or whether you write it down on a piece of paper or type it on a screen. They still hear you. They'll still read it. They still understand. It doesn't matter how you do it. And they will find a way to answer you and guide you and give you that extra nudge here or there. You know, if you get that inkling, beautiful, that's telling you, you know, I'll throw out like an example. Like, we'll use a hypothetical. Let's just say, for an example, you and I made plans to go have lunch today, okay? But let's just say you wake up and something just tells you, not that there's a fear there that, you know, you just get, you know, you have social anxiety and don't want to leave your house kind of thing. You know, you love to get out and be with people, right? But for some reason, something tells you, maybe you need to reschedule lunch with me because there's just something that's telling you not to leave your house, okay? And you may second guess yourself and you might go ahead with the plans. And maybe, you know, we meet up and everything goes great, right? And you're trying to figure out, well, why did I get the feeling like I should have canceled my lunch with you? And then maybe something later that day happens. Maybe like on your way home, let's just say you end up getting in a car accident. That's what was telling you to not go out to lunch with me. It's not that I was going to do anything necessarily bad to you or we're going to have a bad, you know, get together. It was they were trying to guard you from getting in that accident on the way home kind of thing. So what you got to learn how to do, beautiful, is when you get those nudges and you're doubting yourself, write them down. Date it. Time it. Write down everything you're feeling. What you feel like you're being told, like something's telling you. Just that deep gut feeling that keeps saying, no, don't do this, or yes, you should do that. But you're afraid to trust it. Write it down. See what happens then. And if something happens that's then like loud and clear, like, this is the feeling you were getting earlier. This is why you were getting this feeling. This is why, what was coming. Make note of it. Now you've got an idea of what that feels like. And then when it happens again, if you're still, doubting yourself, do the same thing. Write it down, date it. Wait for something to happen that tells you, oh, okay, now I understand why I got that feeling. And that'll teach you how to learn how to trust yourself more in those nudges. Because that's your spirit team trying to guide you in their own way. That's what, those intuitive hits are. It's known as claircognizance. Claircognizance, simply put, is your intuition. And those are the times that spirit, your loved ones, will let you know. I had them do it to me last year, actually. When I went through and had, like, my brother made plans to take me out for my birthday, but we couldn't make those plans until later because he was coaching his daughter's softball team, and I'm 2 hours away from him. And, he knew I've been streaming and working, this is how I make, my living. So it was trying to figure out the right time for us to get together. Well, once we did figure it out, I told him, he asked me where I wanted to go have dinner at because he was buying me dinner for my birthday. And so I told him I wanted, Japanese hibachi, Japanese steakhouse. And so he's like, okay, so made the reservations. Well, and I decided, I would go over there a few hours earlier before our reservation, just spend time with them because I rarely get to see them now that I live further away. And so we're spending time together, and then it's getting close to the time that, he had said we needed to get, ready to get in the car and head to the restaurant because the restaurant is about 45 minutes from his house. And so the time came around, and I just had this feeling. Before we were going to actually get in the car and leave, something told me we didn't need to leave yet. But I didn't know how to say that to my brother. So I had to come up with, an excuse. It's like, and I remember I said something to him, like, I said his name, and I said, listen, I don't feel right. I said, I don't know, but I don't feel right. I said, can we wait a few minutes? Do we really have to leave right now? Can we wait like another 10, 15 minutes before we leave? He's like, yeah, we still got time. No worries. Okay, perfect. And after him and I had talked about it, my spirit guides came in and gave me a vision. And what they showed me was there was a black SUV parked in the middle of a major traffic light intersection. It had front end damage, like it'd been in a car accident. And I'm trying to make sense of this. And I'm like, what? I don't understand. And I recognize the intersection, but it's like, and then I realized what my spirit guides were telling me, what that feeling was, that sickening feeling that said not to leave the house yet. I didn't tell my brother about it. We waited, and I felt like, waiting, just 10, 15 minutes was enough time to, to where I felt safe, that we could go ahead and leave. So, and we took 2 separate cars. And so he put his family in one car. I got in the other car with the person that I married, Um, and we, start heading to the restaurant, and halfway there, we come to that intersection. And guess what? I saw the black SUV parked in the middle of the intersection, and it already had front end damage to it. And I'm freaking out, Sarah. When I say I'm freaking out, I'm looking around like, where's the car? Because here it is. My vision is happening right here, right now. And I didn't see a car anywhere. So I don't even know what car hit this car at first. And, there wasn't any police there yet. There wasn't an ambulance. So it's like the wreck just happened. And as soon as I went through the intersection, I looked over to the right of me, and there was a car that had flipped over in the ditch. That was the car that hit that black SUV. And then I realized, oh, because the wreck just happened, and I knew it. So guess what? By me listening to myself and waiting an additional 15 minutes before we left the house, that was enough time to help protect me and my family from being involved in that serious car accident. You know, did that mean that I was going to be able to stop the accident from happening? No, unfortunately not. The accident was still going to happen. For whatever reason, the universe and divine needed to happen, it was going to happen. The only thing was I can control the fact that I wasn't going to allow me or my own family to be involved in that accident. And that's what I did. So we get up to the restaurant and we go and check in at the hostess, let them know we're there. And after, you know, my sister-in-law told the hostess we were there, I looked at my brother and I'm like, you know the accident? You saw that black SUV, the intersection we went through on our way here? He's like, yeah. I said, remember when we were home before we left the house and I told you we needed to wait? Like, give me 10, 15 minutes, you know, do we have to leave? Because I had a bad feeling about something, but I didn't know at that moment what it was just yet. I said, that was our parents coming through, protecting us. We weren't supposed to be in that accident, and they showed it to me, and they let me know. That's why I asked if we could wait a little bit longer. I said, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm telling you that's what happened. And my brother looked at me. He was like, yeah, I believe. He was like, I've had instances like that happen to me before. He was like, why do you think I have these angel wings tattooed on my back? Same thing. So my brother understood. So you see, it's things like that. So no matter where you go, they're always with you. But the problem is that sometimes we take their, you know, the little nudges, or even if you're someone like me who might get just something that comes out of nowhere that doesn't make any sense to you at the time. But you know you're not crazy either. That's showing you like what I experienced. That's them. Trying to let you know they're watching over and protecting you. It doesn't say they can always shield us from something like that. Because unfortunately, you know, there's such a thing as having a soul contract and we come here for a certain amount of time and, you know, certain things we're meant to go through. So no matter what, you know, it's going to happen. But there's some contracts we can get out of. But that's where they come in. Sarah, don't be sorry, honey. I have those days, beautiful. I'm actually kind of going through it now. Because like I said, the anniversary date of my mama's death is next weekend. And it's going to hit me. And then it'll hit me Thanksgiving Day too. And I'm sorry, honey. And you know, beautiful, you're in Florida. Oh, so you're in the state right below me, beautiful, because I'm in Georgia. Sarah, I know what it's like to have those kinds of bad memories of it. And I'm sorry, beautiful. You know, I remember my daddy telling me something. He always said that the last time you saw someone is the one that's always going to stick in your mind once they pass away. And it's not that I didn't believe my daddy when he told me that. I sat there and I thought to myself, I'm like, yeah, but I'd want to think about all the happy times too. And it's not that I wouldn't think of those happy times. What he's saying is, every single time that person comes to your mind from that point on, it's always going to be the last time you saw them alive. Yeah, he was right. My daddy was very right. But I tell you, I have a similar thing, Sarah, that I experienced with my mama. I was at the hospital. In fact, my grandmother came into my room that morning and asked me to call into work, to call in sick. And I kind of looked at her crazy. My mama was already in the hospital. She was in ICU, which was typical for it to happen to her because she had emphysema. So every single time my mother ended up in the hospital, she always ended up in ICU on life support because she would always have trouble breathing. And so my grandma came in and asked me to call in sick. I said, okay. I just followed what my grandmother told me. I didn't have any other questions as to why. It's like I knew she would tell me. And she's like, we need to go to the hospital. I said, okay. You know, I'm fine. I'll go see mama. Yeah, I need to see mama, you know, check on her and everything. And at that point, my mama had been in ICU for, I think it was 6.5 days. And the doctors told us back then they didn't want her on life support longer than 4 days because her lungs were already compromised. So, because they felt like if it went past the 4th day, her body would become dependent on the life support machine and they would never be able to get her off, meaning her lungs would stop working, right? So it had been, you know, past the 4 days and she was still on life support. And so when we got to the hospital, we walked into the IC unit and walked to my mother's room. Well, they had the door shut, but they had the windows cracked open. And so I see my mama laying there. She's not on life support anymore. And I'm just kind of like, what's going on? You know? And I watch, and my mama, she sits up and she's coughing up along, hacking, trying to catch her breath. And she's struggling. She's really struggling to breathe. And I looked at my grandma like, what's going on here, you know? And what I didn't know is they had just taken her off the machine. And the respiratory therapist had walked in, and I heard him ask her because she was struggling so bad, and I was scared. They was the worst I'd ever seen her struggle, being able to breathe. And he said, I'm gonna put you back on the machine. And I remember my mama shook her head at him and said no, and said she wasn't going back on that machine. And I gotta tell you, when I watched her suffer, just trying to catch her breath, it being so bad, I remember I turned around and looked at my grandma. I said, Grams, I just want to go in there and tell her it's okay. It's okay to let go, meaning it's okay to give up and die. I honestly thought I was going to watch her take her last breath right then and there in front of me. It hit me that hard. And I remember my grandma turned around, she looked at me and she said, no, don't you do that. Promise me you won't go in there and tell her that, because if you do, she will let go. And that scared me. And I shook my head and I said, okay, Grams, I promise I won't. But I had to stand there and watch her fight. And she saw me standing there and I'm crying, okay? And I rarely allow my mom to see me cry, because anytime she saw me or my siblings cry, she would start to hyperventilate. And it would be an emergency. She needed to go to the hospital because she wouldn't be able to catch her breath to calm down and all that. So I always fought my tears, not allow her to see me cry. But that moment, the tears were coming out. And my mama did look at me. And I saw her. She started to hyperventilate and she had to look away. And I had to sit here and do this real quick and not cry anymore. But it was hell to even do that, because she was suffering. She was struggling to breathe. Just to take one breath. Like for my mama, because of her lungs being compromised, her breath at that point was very shallow. I mean, you would have to watch her closely to see her chest barely rise. And it would only be like that much before her chest would come back in. She could not take a deep breath. It would always be very shallow. And even then it was worse. And I did. I had to stand there and be strong. And, you know, just believe in my mama that she was, you know, going to make it. And at that moment, I felt an energy. I felt a spirit come forward. And I looked at my grandma and it's like, that's not who I think it is. But I looked at my grandma. Grandma said, you feel that? And she turned around, she looked at me, she said, yeah, it's your Uncle Charlie. Yeah, that's who I felt. And I knew as soon as I felt my Uncle Charlie, which was my great uncle, but was my mother's uncle, and me and my mama were his favorites, I knew as soon as I felt him, she was going to be okay. But it took me having to feel him and having to watch her suffer that short amount of time, taking just one breath, one little shallow breath to let me know she was still in there. And it was a fight. You know, and I still think about that. You know, so anytime when I think of my mama, that's the first thing that comes to my mind. And that's what I mean, beautiful. When, your loved ones are coming through, when spirit's saying to go find, a grief support community. Check into the hospitals around your area. That grief support meeting, I know it will help you. It may not seem like it at first, but to give you an outlet, to give you a way to talk about it. Because you're going to be surrounded by other people who can relate to what you're going through. Because they're there too. And then you'll have someone there that's like a therapist who will be in charge of it and help, talk to you and everyone else. So they want you to look for it. Look for that support system. I didn't do that. I wasn't aware that those, kinds of communities existed back then. I just had to suffer through it. And I had to numb my emotions day in and day out. I still had to go to work to feed myself, to make sure my brother was taken care of because my baby brother was 4 years younger than me. So he was a freshman in high school. I'm 19, and I hadn't even graduated high school because I had to withdraw to be my mother's caregiver. So my parents relied heavily on me to not just be my mama's caregiver when my daddy was at work and my brother was in school, but at night when my daddy was home and my brother was there to help take care of my mama because we didn't have money to pay a at-home nurse, I went to work. And I worked at a 24-hour restaurant, waiting tables at night, and to help make as much money as I could to help support us. So I started to even think about my brother even after my mama passed away. What it was like for me to lose her. I'm young enough, but even my brother just started in high school. So I had to find a reason to still live. Would there would be even with those memories? Or, even the times that I saw her on that life support machine. And again, even at home, when she wouldn't end up needing to go to the hospital, but when I would be at home with her, she had one of those nebulizers, which is a breathing treatment. I would have to pour the medicine into her nebulizer for her to have her breathing treatment to help get all the moisture into her lungs to help her breathe better. And there were times even then I would have to talk her through so she didn't panic, so she didn't hyperventilate, so she stayed calm and focused on taking as deep of a breath as she could so she could breathe. But you could even see the color of my mother's skin. She didn't have any color. She looked more gray. Um, and also, like I said, to make sure she was fed because my mama could not walk from this chair to the door to my office without not being able to breathe. She would have to stop halfway. And she would stand there and bend over and hack and cough, trying to get, a breath in. And, it was like that throughout. And I would have to go through and bathe her. There were times that, even in the mornings, just for her to get up from her bed and walk to the dining room table, which was outside the bedroom door, that was a task in itself for her. She could barely do it. So I do think of all those times. So I understand, beautiful. It helps to talk about them, though. And it helps to express them. It helps, whether it's putting it on paper, as soon as you think of that last time, I want you to try and teach yourself. Now think of something positive. What's your favorite memory with him? Try and make that front of mind instead. It's not that you're forgetting about the last time you saw him alive, but You don't want to just think about the happy or worst time or the unhappy or sad time. You want to think of the positive because that's what they need you to remember. You still have all those beautiful times with him and others you've lost. That's all they want you to remember. Because in that's where you're going to find that comfort and your strength to keep going. Even on those days you want to just throw your hands up in the air and say, screw it, I give up. Can't do that, beautiful. So they're challenging you. Did you do, beautiful, did you try like someone who specializes in grief support? Because if you didn't, beautiful, I would try and find someone who commonly will help people who have lost a loved one that close to them. There's still hope, beautiful. I know it still doesn't feel that way for you. And I know it's still going to take some time. When was it? Let me see something. Spirit, show me one more thing. I have something that would help, but I think it's in one of my boxes. Let me see. I want to pull out another deck if I can find it. Let me see this one. I get it, honey. I think, beautiful, if you find people like what I'm suggesting, it might help you more. Because, like I said, maybe those therapists you went to, maybe it's been so long ago, you know, or maybe they've just become more, what's the word I want to use? Robotic, we'll say, to where they've had to numb themselves in order to continue doing their job. It'd be like someone like me who's gone through that kind of pain and trauma that really still remembers it like it's yesterday. Talking with people who are going through the same thing you're going through. I don't know if you have any other social media like Facebook, but I know if you have Facebook, I know there's support groups out there because I've seen them. I'm actually a part of them, but I rarely ever touch Facebook because I'm on YouTube so much. Like other social media outlets like Facebook, I don't get on them. It's once in a blue moon that I ever look at it, which I need to because I need to expand my reach. But I know I've seen other like that on Facebook where it's specifically for people like you who've lost a spouse. In fact, let me see. Let me pull it up. I could tell you exactly what it's called if you have Facebook. Let me see. I haven't been on it forever. Wait. I went to the wrong place. Let me see. If I find it. No, it's grieving loss of a parent. There's one for specifically if you've lost a spouse. Do it. Find it. Okay, Sarah, there is one that's called My Husband in Heaven. And it's a grief support. In fact, it says, in loving memory of my husband. And you can join it. So pretty much the people who are supposed to be there are people like you who are going through what you're going through. Here. Because you sent me a PayPal, I'll be able to send this to you so you can see it, beautiful. But there are support groups out there like that. And then there's another one I see that says, Letter to My Husband in Heaven. And there's another one that's called Grieving the Loss of a Spouse or a Loved One. I'll send them to you through PayPal, beautiful. That way, you'll be able to find them easily. If you want to join it, it might be another place, beautiful. Because trying to isolate yourself is not going to help you right now, sweetheart. But I wanted to pull from this one deck. But give yourself that time, sweetheart. Where's my other one? I'm going to pull these last two cards because they told me to pull from here real quick. Let me see. Spirit. Give me that message for Sarah to help her during this hard, difficult time. Grieving the loss of her husband and her baby. You're welcome, honey. Let's see. Show me, Spirit. For Sarah. It says, let your soul shine through you. They want your soul to shine, sweetheart. You know, it's like it's them. They're saying to me they need you to find that hope in the things that brought you happiness before the tragedy. What in this life that you enjoyed so much? They need you to bring that forward again, sweetheart. And it's not to say that it's going to make everything okay. I understand, you know, obviously, because the one thing don't make it better is them still being here. But it changes you. You know, losing the loss of a loved one changes all of us. But it doesn't have to be what defines you. Spirit, give me one last message on this deck real quick before I do anything else. There will always be a reason to hope. And things will shine again and you're going to find peace. I feel like you just haven't been around the right people yet, sweetheart. See, they want you to remember this, Sarah. Give yourself some credit for how far you've come. And don't lose sight of that. It doesn't have to be so big. Take the small wins. The tiniest wins matter just as much as the big ones. Sometimes it's those tiniest wins, those tiniest, moments that kind of recharge you or give you that extra energy or make you smile, that end up being, more important, more crucial in the times that you really need it, because it's the extra bit that you need. Say, okay, I got this. I can keep going. I just needed that one little sign that, yeah, I'm still, doing the best and I'm going to be okay. Then it being something so dramatic and extravagant. Not saying that those don't help, because they really do. But it's also the little ones that will shine a light and make you feel like you still got this. You haven't lost your way, sweetheart. It only feels that way. So I'm sending my love and light to you, beautiful. And I'll send you the couple for the support. And just let me know how that goes, honey. And then if there's anything else you need from me in the future, you can always email me too, sweetheart. We're all here. We've all gone through, different things. I know there's other people who've come to me before who have lost a spouse too. I'm just drawing a blank right now at who it is. But there's people like us around who genuinely care, sweetheart. Tomorrow will be a new day. Take the wins you've gotten this far and have faith, but give yourself that time. Be loving to yourself. And it will get better, sweetheart. I think something unexpected is coming your way, Sarah. Here's the last one I got for you. It says gift. Receiving a gift or something unexpected coming. So I feel like, something unexpected you least expected would happen is going to happen. And I felt that at the very, very beginning. So beautiful, take it. Where'd it go? I'm on to read this to you real quick, Sarah. Because I got some other decks, but they're buried somewhere. People, let's see. This is the one that says hold the space for you, Sarah. It says you're being guided to dig deep within and hold your station. If you're wondering what to do next or have a sense of anxiety about what is unfolding in your life, it's time to shift your perceptions and move back to a state of trust. Don't change your plans or do anything drastic. Just trust in the process and let everything happen as it needs to before taking any more steps. Think of a tree. It has strong roots, yet continues to grow and bear fruit. Your life will be a reflection of this. Just know that Spirit wants you just to be loving with yourself. And, you know, be strong, beautiful. It doesn't mean you've got to make, you know, drastic, you know, decisions or changes right now. You know, I know you're still trying to find your way to keep your head above water in essence when it comes to your emotions. Because I get it. You feel lost. But know there's always tomorrow. And things will come in. And it's all going to happen in the right time. And when you least expect it, things will get better. So, it's 5:30. I'm going to end it there. And I agree with Sunnyland. You found your way to me, beautiful. That's divine working in an essence. So, but I hope that helps you, Sarah. But I'm going to get going, y'all. Again, I don't know when I'll be back. But if you want a private reading, my email's in the description box. I also have my memberships with YouTube and Patreon. If you care to join my my paid memberships, where y'all get perks for that too. So that's available. And yeah, I think the next time I'll be back might be Wednesday. We'll have to see how the energy is. So, unless Spirit calls me out here before then. But I appreciate everyone for being here. Thank you for joining me and spending this time with me. And I'm going to send y'all away with so much love and light and many blessings. And thank you to my wonderful mods. Again, Sunnyland, Eternal, Light, and Eric. I can't thank y'all enough for y'all's love and support for me and being here helping. And thank you to everyone who bought a reading. I greatly appreciate y'all. Because y'all buy readings from me, it's why I come back. You know, y'all keep this channel going. So thank you. I can't thank y'all enough for that. So I'm going to say goodnight for now, beautiful people. I hope y'all have a wonderful, beautiful Monday and a beautiful week. Until next time, until we meet again. Sweet dreams. Good night, good day. Love and light. Bye-bye.